I should be live now. Right, I should be. Everything should be working. Alright, cool. Everything seems to be working. Alright then. Let me get the music playing. And we'll start from here. Okay. Alright, we'll get this stuff done first. Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's get all my stuff here done. Oh, and claim that. Alright, we can also do neural sim and stuff. Okay, that event is available now. Nice. So we can get that done as well. Right, bunch of stuff we need to get done. Personal file, let's get this done. Put those there. Alright, cool. What other daily tasks do we need? Right, over here. Where's Boo? There she is. Right, gotta get that done. Wait, who else can I put the thing in? Oh, her. Alright, cool, we can get that on her. Main daily is done. Alright, we claim all of that. Now over here. Okay, the new round of that hasn't started yet. Gotta do Gigalink. Anyone doing normal mode? Probably not. Alright, I'll do hard mode. Alright, cool. At least people are doing this thing. They are matching and doing hard mode. So we'll get these knocked out. I'll get these knocked out first. Obviously, I'm Gatherer. Alright. Alright, let's keep going. Gotta grab the stuff here.
Easy, easy. You can do it.
Alright, let's see. When is the thing gonna respawn now? Alright, time to destroy all of these, or rather grab them all. Time to go and grab them all. Right. Time to get them all. And I got them. On to get the other stuff here. Gotta make my rounds. Alright, let's see. Alright, got all my buffs. And now we can keep going. And grabbing more of the stuff here. Alright, they can go redeem all the stuff. Because I am collecting everything. Gotta grab everything here. Alright, let me go grab everything.
What should I do? Oh, it's fine. I have more.
Alright, let's destroy all these. Alright, another round of just gathering all of these little things. And the more of these I collect, the more damage the other players do. So I gotta get them all.
What should I do? Sumimasen.
Alright, and then they got even more again. So there really isn't a need for me to collect more of these. Oh well. I guess it could probably help and just shoot from a turret.
What should I do?
Hi Vergaso. Welcome, welcome. Just doing my Snowbreak stuff first, and we'll go into ToF. Alright, I got best support. How much damage did I do?
素敵な時間は短いけど記録しておけば大丈
6%. Cool. I technically have all the stuff in there maxed. But I'd rather get my gigglings done first. So then I can do other shit later in the week. And I'll have to think about this stuff. But like... Is this shit just dead? Oh wait, no, people are doing the other one. Okay. That's cool. Get both of my runs done. And then I can do other shit later.
今回こそはぐれないからね通してください
Oh yeah, and regular mode is a bit shorter. So we can get this done now. Mm-hmm. Alright, let me get thing here. Up we go.
It's fine.
I haven't touched the stuff in there yet. We'll look at the Nikki update another day. I haven't looked at it yet. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't looked at this stuff yet. I always end up just rushing it last minute anyways. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I think I saw a picture of that. I saw a picture of that somewhere. That's something. Ballerina Momo now? Good for Momo. Right. When are they gonna make an outfit where he's just holding the barbecue skewers that he loves so much? Where's barbecue Momo? Give him the barbecue. Alright, they should make the barbecue Momo skin. Damn, these guys aren't even taking any of the buffs. I get all these points and none of them are taking buffs.
What should I do?
Oh, it doesn't really matter.
What should I do?
Alright. Let's go grab all the things here. Alright, the boss is almost dead. Alright, I'm gonna get in a turret.
I can use this now. Oh, it's fine. I have more.
Oh, there's like nothing left.
What should I do?
Alright, cool. I got best support again. And I did like probably 2% damage.
何度忘れても私は私だよ。
Okay, I don't know how I got 7%, but hey. Damage is damage. Easy. Now I don't have to worry about this for a week. I have no idea. I have no idea who the next operative is. Was it next update or the update after? They're gonna just do like 2 characters every update. Because they said they're eventually just gonna do 2 characters every update, and one of them will be Octus Drive or something. They're going to be doing the thing they did with Nita. It's either next update or the update after, I think. It was that they said. I'm not sure. But like, that is something that they're gonna eventually do. We'll see. But yeah, apparently they want to do more of the stuff they did with Nita. I guess there's one way they can like sell more skins, right? Give people access to more characters so they get skins for them. I guess that's one way to make it do it as an excuse. Right. It's been fine. I'm just busy doing other shit earlier during the day. How have you been? Alright, we're done with the stuff there. Oh yeah, what's the neural sim this week? Okay, we got these two. Alright. There's 22 days left in the patch, and I have to do like 13 more to finish the quota. 13 more streams after today of Snowbreak that I gotta like plan and space out. Okay, cool. Anything I need here? I don't think so. Alright. Oh wait, actually wait. Assault rifle? Oh. I never got these achievements, huh? Gatling gun only, sure. We'll do a run with only Gatling gun. I should do some of those challenge runs here. Only Gatling gun. I tried it. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. But like, I don't know. Like, I played a little bit of it, but like, it ain't worth freaking 94 Canadian dollars plus tax for the base game, let alone the fucking seasons pass for the DLC crap. It's like, okay, I guess. Three best Snowbreak characters. Chenxing with the bow. Katya Gatling gun, and then the other one would be Echel. The strongest one though, I'd probably say Chenxing. Chenxing best one. In terms of like power. Chenxing with the bow. Cause, well, it helps that she scales off of everything. Yeah, like if it was like $30, sure, but like $70 is too much. Like there's a lot of cool fancy stuff visually, but like, you know, gameplay wise is kind of meh. You know? Like, I don't think it's bad, I just don't think it's great either. It's just kinda meh. Honestly, like, I would rather, like, they make, like, fucking Sonic R again, except use, like, Boost Sonic gameplay with it, and did stuff with that, than the kart racer. If I'm gonna be honest, I think that would be a lot more interesting. If they can make that work. Especially because it'd be like a lot faster, a lot more interesting. Using the mechanics they are. I'd rather see something like that. Because like honestly, I feel like if someone made an expansion on the Hedgehog Engine 2 multiplayer mod, and then they added like a freaking PvP like mode to the freaking just the regular cyberspace the cyberspace stages, or like the regular stages in Shadow Generations using the multiplayer mod, that's a lot more interesting, if I'm gonna be honest. They could probably do stuff with that. Like a lot more interesting things. And like I'd rather that instead. Over another car racer. But yeah, like that's just my opinion, if I'm gonna be honest.
重心がまだ重厚の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようだね。キスして戦いが終わったら。
What do you guys think? Or like, I don't think it's bad or anything. I just don't think it's anything crazy or special either.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと
Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I think like there are some aspects for like, let's say older like Mario Kart like 7 and 8 or like make it a lot or like a bit more interesting. Because like the whole cross-world gimmick is just purely cosmetic. It's just like, oh cool, you teleport into the ring thing and the stage looks different, but like the course or whatever. But it's still like the same thing, man. So it's just like, I don't end up like really caring that much. It's like, yeah, that's cool, I guess. But like the whole crossroad mechanic is just a cosmetic visual thing for basically the same thing. Yeah. Like, that's just how I feel. Like, I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's great either. But yeah, they're just asking way too much money for it. Like, if they made it like half the price and like didn't do the DLC shit now and just had all that stuff included and figured out the other stuff later, you know. It's like the problem with like the seasons pass on the thing there. I guess I can just quickly bring it up. Give me a sec. Alright. Let me open up Steam. So like, you know, Canadian pricing, 94 Canadian dollars. And then they're gonna sell a season's pass later. Or you can get it bundled with the digital deluxe version. Right? You can get it bundled with that. So this is effectively 120 Canadian dollars. Right? Like the full game basically is this. This is before tax. Keep in mind, tax here is 13%. So 118.5 times 1.13. The real price is 134 Canadian dollars. Okay? It's basically $134. Oh, and they got this bullshit in here too, man. I don't even understand the point of having this thing in there if it's like they detect you don't have the game, they could just block you from online play anyways. This feels like completely worthless, this part here, and it's just like it makes it harder to run and it's completely worthless. Because the thing is, with these types of games, the entirety of the content is basically online multiplayer. So like, they're going to check if you have a license to the game anyways, in order to connect with other players. That is like the whole point of the game. You're going to be playing it fucking multiplayer anyways. So like, this thing just feels like it's just bullshit that doesn't need to be here. At the same time, man, you're basically paying 134 Canadian dollars or whatever, or $100 US, right? To get the full game, except a third of the game isn't even gonna be there on release. You're basically spending $70 US plus another $30 to buy a promise for them to finish the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even the full game when you think about it. Like, when you think about it, right? At least it's better than the fucking, the Mario Kart World thing, because the courses are not just pure straight line crap. There's a lot more stuff going on there than just having a bunch of pure straight lines. So there's that. But, like, you know, it's just a kart racer, and, like, yeah, sure, you go race through the courses or whatever, right? You get, like, your 3 courses in the Grand Prix, then the final one is, like, a mix of every single course that you did in that Grand Prix, and that's kind of it there, which is cool and all, but, like, it's really nothing special. Like, honestly, compared to, like, some other, like, older kart racers that I could play, like, I honestly, like, the reality is I'd probably have a better time playing, like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, or, like, some of the older ones, like Mario Kart Double Dash and shit. I'd have a better time playing those. Like, they have a bunch of stuff that, like, it feels a lot like what you see in, like, freaking Mario Kart 7 onwards with the custom kart stuff, which is fine, I guess. Right? But, like, yeah. Like, again, like, you're basically paying all that much for the promise that you'll get, what, 8 more playable characters, 3 more vehicles, a couple more tracks, and stuff. And that's, like, not available yet. You're paying more to get that later. Yeah, that is interesting that they got all those things there, and, like, that's cool and all. But, like, it's not freaking $135 good, you know? Like, $100 US good, it's not. Right? It is not. Like, if they made it, like, $40, if it was, like, maybe $30-40 US max, and this thing was included, sure. Right? Like, if they made it so all the stuff in there was included, and it was, like, $30-40, sure, I can see that. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, from what I saw in there, they were just, like, here's the thing, like, content-wise that was in the freaking, test. Like, cause you can only play 3 cups. And, like, there's more in there, right? But it's about as much content as, like, fucking Mario Kart 7 had. Like, eventually when everything is unlocked, it's about the same amount of content that, like, Mario Kart 7 had. And the thing is, Mario Kart 7 was, like, a $40 Canadian game. So about, like, 30-something US dollars when that came out. Right? Yeah, the graphics aren't obviously anywhere close to the thing in there. Sure. But also, that was a product of, you know, what, 2011? Right? In, like, 2011, you know, you had similar content for less than 1/3 the price. Like, similar amounts of content. And back then, you got the full fucking game. Right? And of course, if you get it on console, you have to pay for online if you want to play it online. Right? And this was back at the freaking, what, the 3DS, you didn't have to pay to play online. Right? Like, that's the thing there. And you also didn't have to deal with the extra fucking bullshit here, the Denuvo bullshit, which I don't even understand why this needs Denuvo when the only reason why you'd be playing this game is for online stuff anyways. Right? And then, because of that, part of the problem is, can they keep and maintain the player base? Let's say a year in, you know? Like, that's the other concern, because if you don't have people playing it, it's gonna suffer. Yeah, and like, again, like, that's the thing there, man. Like, it's meh. But it definitely ain't worth that price. It's not. Like, I don't think it's worth that price. Yeah, visually, it looks a lot better than some of those older kart racers, don't get me wrong. Of course it's gonna look better. But, like, you know, it's not, like, 134 Canadian dollars better. Alright. And, like, that's just my whole stance and view on the whole thing. Like, it just feels very meh. I'd rather they try a different type of thing if they wanted to have, like, a racing game that with the stuff in there. Like, honestly, if they could find a way to, like, because, like, a lot of the items are based off of the wisps anyways from Sonic. Like, literally just make, like, Sonic R, but, like, make all the courses, like, boost Sonic stages but multiplayer. Figure out a way to, like, balance it, link it together. Put a bunch of fucking wisp capsules everywhere with, like, just random stuff in there. You can have boost capsules and, like, have gameplay racing each other, like, maintaining boost, as well as the other wisps to do other things. You could put enemies and other shit on the courses as well. And make, like, a pseudo boost variant of fucking, Sonic R. That could be a lot more interesting. Especially because, like, the thing is with, like, these car races... like, after a certain point, when you look past all the gimmicks, it's not really any more interesting, outside of visuals compared to, like, kart racers you could have played 20 years ago. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, something like Mario Kart Double Dash was a lot more chaotic and a lot more fun with the craziness. And they even made a fucking basic-ass track like a Baby Park work because of how chaotic and crazy Double Dash was. I mean, it's gonna be fucking what? In Canadian dollars, Kirby Air Riders? That's gonna be 110 before taxes, man. But yeah. Like, that's just my opinions and stance on the whole thing. Like, you know, they're cool and all, but like, it's just not worth what they're asking. They're asking way too much for it. Right, hi Daddy Claudio. Welcome, welcome. Right, like, I don't think it's bad, I just don't think it's great either. It's very meh. They're asking just way too much money for it. And like, the courses aren't really anything that interesting. Yeah. The ceiling's up. That's what's up, the ceiling. But yeah, like, that's just my thoughts on the Sonic thing there. Like, I don't really care that much for a lot of the kart racers. Like, I used to play, like, Mario Kart a lot like crazy back in the day when I was a lot younger. But I haven't really cared all that much in a long time. And, like, part of the issue is, like, you need to be playing with a lot of people and stuff like that, and... yeah. The experience is a lot different when you're not, like, playing with other people around you or whatever. It's not the same. Shit hits differently when you have, like... when you're, like, in a room with, like, you know, like, 3 other people or, like, 7 other people playing multiplayer and the stuff in there. Right, I especially remember as a kid, like, you know, taking my DS or 3DS to school to play, and then, like, playing Mario Kart with, like, everyone. When I was a lot younger.
ありったけよ。こんなかすり傷ぐらい休憩？冗談。
Alright, let's get a phone.
面白くなってきたね。やっ、腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもら
But yeah, like honestly, like I think if you really want to play like Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, I feel like you just wait a year and get it on a sale if you really want it. When the price is not, you know, 134 Canadian dollars plus tax.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
Or whatever it is in your currency. Because like it's just pretty meh.
玉をばらまくのって
Right, because like probably in a year or so you could probably find it like discounted for like $20, $30 or something. Probably even less than that if you like get it off of a key site or whatever
マッサージしてもらえる？
at that point. Alright, let's go kill the stuff here.
もっと盛り上げていくわ。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？ あとは攻めるだけよ。玉をばらまくのって気持ちよくてなかなかやめられないね。
On to the next room.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
I guess it doesn't matter which room I go into. It's the same boss either way.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
Alright, will I truly get a pleasant surprise in this room? Let's see.
それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
I want break defense. And that one. Come on, give me something good. Those are not good. Oh, that's useless. I should have just went into the freaking boss room.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。重厚の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。面白くなってきた。 たわ。あなたマッサージ
Alright,
してもらえ
let's see. There's another one of them. Of course there is.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。重厚の先に突っ立ってるのが好きなようね。面白くなってきたね。腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
Alright, on to the next room.
たぎってきたの？それじゃあもっと盛り上げていくわ。
Alright, time to kill the boss.
弾をばらまくのって
And then we'll go into the top stuff after.
腕がしびれてきたわ。あなたマッサージしてもらえる？
Not the greatest loadout of buffs though we got here. But a clear is a clear. Alright, we'll eventually get all these missions done, I guess. Alright, let's see. Anything else I need here? Let me just shove these here. Right, and done. Got that done. Alright, let's see. Center stuff there. Cool. Don't need anything there. Right, that's another weekly done. Right, we're done here. So let's do ToF stuff now. But yeah, like I said before, like, this ain't worth that price. I'll do a bunch of reacts later, I guess. We'll go look at, maybe we'll look at Infinity Nikki tomorrow. Because, like, part of the problem is with how, like, they gate everything, like, they time gate and throttle how you do things, it's like you kind of just end up having to wait. You know? Alright, time for ToF stuff now.
The deep space is right.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right, because it's a new month, that means there's like a new Void Abyss and stuff. What's today's join up? Endgame, okay, cool. I'll do that with my old. What's the raid this week? Okay, cool. Alright, gotta buy all the stuff. Honestly, I should just, like, stop buying some of those modules. I don't need them anyways. No reason to waste all the freaking dust on them. But yeah, we're gonna do raid, final trial, all that stuff. I'm gonna grab these as well. Okay. I don't know why that guy joined my thing. I don't know who that is. I didn't even like set an objective for anything yet. Dang it, I have to work on like getting physical thing ranked up. They just randomly join my party, sure. I don't know who Stormfire is. They have a hashtag A on their name. Are they a returning player or did they like not bother to change their name after the transfer thing? Surely just regular Stormfire is available now. I think they're just a random returning player. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do joint ops in a bit, and then raid and final trial. They're probably like 150k CS or something, from what their gear looks like. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I forgot to claim the freaking dailies. This is the best spot to do dailies anyways. Alright. Let's head on over here. Right, best way to do dailies, out of bounds. Alright, let's do joint ops. Alright, we'll do 3 joint ops and then we'll do weekly raid and final trial. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Then we go 2 more times. And then after that, we can do raid and final trial. Alright, come on. Now we gotta wait for Stormfire to accept. Okay. Alright, let's get on in. And then over here, let's kill the boss. Right, we gotta do one more. Right. What? You want petrol? The fuck? Okay then, not sure why you like the smell of petrol, but sure. It smells like bacon, sure. Sure it does. Maybe if you cooked your bacon on a grill and you were using thing, but sure. Sure it does. Okay then. That is one of the ways like you can cook it, I guess. Alright then, Mr. Gold Egg. I don't know, man. Definitely a choice of words, though. Alright, let's do Raiden Final Trial. I'm trying to remember which preset it was. Weekly Raiden Final Trial. Come on, people. And because my ult has all the stuff for Benediction now, we can just AFK and still put in work. It has a pretty decent AFK setup for Benediction. Alright. We got one more spot. Come on, people. Good, we have enough addiction. Yeah, there's some Spanish people on North America servers. Yeah. You see them occasionally. There we go. How did my ult not get any healing percentage done? Bruh. I thought it's supposed to have some AFK healing. Whatever. Final trial, it'll get some in final trial. He wants Vanguard? Okay, we can do that after. I mean, yeah, I can just solo the entire thing for Vanguard. I guess they would want 2 runs of it for the thing. The hell, why can't I see myself? You know, whatever. Oh, this is almost edge. Yeah, I can just solo it, man. If we're talking about like just doing Valkyrie, that's easy. The easier bosses, you know, can be sold no problem. The random slow shit is annoying. But yeah. I mean, it depends on the boss, but like, freaking Valkyrie is a joke. If all you want is the pulls, like, just do Valkyrie. Alright. What do you mean 5 lines of buffs? Do you not have the thing to show all the buffs, man? Yeah, I know. Because of all the support stuff around, man.
Awaiting command.
Yeah, when you have enough support stuff going around, you end up with crazy amounts of buffs. That's just what happens. I don't know. Boss is ditch in 9 seconds. But yeah, right? Final trial, that stuff was easy. We got all that done. Alright, next. What else am I doing now? Yeah, no way am I using flame. Alright, the phase it is. I don't know, man. The CN stuff though that you're talking about though, Kylo Ren, they're getting a test server in like a week for China on that stuff. They're getting a 1-month test server for in China. I don't know if global will get it. Oh, I forgot to change my element, doesn't matter. It still is a joke regardless. It's just that now I'll actually have to fight it. Alright, now I can just go Volt. There we go. Alright, that was easy.
Target eliminated.
Alright, if I had like a proper tank and stuff to do it for me, we could probably do like the higher stages. Right, like if I had like a proper tank, I'd probably just do Barbarossa, could probably do those two. But it's not like it matters. You'll need another one anyways, because you need to do,
Awaiting command.
like, how many of these again?
Awaiting command.
You need to do like 5 of these. Alright. You gotta do like, not 5 of these, 2 of these per patch. Alright, on to the next one. Yeah, I just pushed my skill buttons and the thing's already dead. Gotta love how much of a joke this shit is. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, on to the next one. Alright, and then we can do Volt on the last stage. Alright, and then that guy should be happy. He'll have his stuff done. The damage difference though is like, what the fuck? Wait, how's my alt second? It's just on auto as benediction, man. The fuck? I don't know how the hell my alt got second, man. That is so weird. Alright, that is so weird. Okay, got that stuff done, and that stuff was easy enough. What's the other stuff? Oh yeah, avoid a bus. We can do that later in the patch. Alright, will I be able to get a new mech skin now? I think I already have Radiant Flash. I'm pretty sure I already have Radiant Flash. Yep, I do. God damn it, it's selling me stuff I don't need. Let me check out my ult. My ult needs a Spirit on Radiant Flash. And they're not selling anything to my ult. Are there no purples? Alright, I'll just get these dumped. I'm gonna have to like farm a couple high bosses again. Later in the week. Alright, let me go to the freaking machines. The ATM machine and dump my data sources for Norns. Gotta get that done. Cool, at least I got 2 lucky strikes so far. 3 lucky strikes this week, nice. Would have been nice to get all lucky strikes. Would have been. I'm gonna have to check the Joltville market after. Yeah, I'm gonna be using my keys on Kylo bosses. I'm gonna get those done. Let me just do the hacking thing on my ult. which isn't getting that much, isn't really getting any lucky strikes. Yeah, the game's refusing to give my ult any lucky strikes. That's unfortunate.
Awaiting command. Target eliminated.
Okay. Let's see, what else do I want to get done? Right, what do I want to upgrade here? I guess it doesn't really matter, I'll just focus on one of these. Get upgraded all the way.
Awaiting command.
Alright, and it's gonna take a while for me to get all the synesthesia material I need for Fiona. So that I can eventually get Fiona to synesthesia 6. I'm currently at synesthesia 4. Alright, 3 more weeks and then I can get the permanent 3% damage. I guess after I use all my keys, all my world boss keys, I should be able to get this to level 12, maybe level 13 after I do, what's it called? After I finish all the evolution vanguards, because I haven't done these two, I can get it to 13 maybe. Alright, let me check the main 9. I want to check the market to see if there's anything interesting there. Hi, Carrie. Welcome, welcome. Alright, time to check the market. Right, because we got a new month as well. I'm doing fine. How you doing? Enlightenment tablets. Sure, we'll sell those. Herbal tonics. Sure, I'll just sell those and not worry about it later. I haven't done Void Abyss yet, no. Not yet. I haven't done them yet. Okay, and I'll sell the stuff on my alt later. Just checking all this stuff on the market. I see. Yeah, I usually just wait until later to do it. Because there's no reason to rush. I'll probably do it next week or something. Damn, nothing good there. Right, like there isn't really a need to rush. Especially when, like, if I do it later, I can use the free buffs anyways to get more stuff. Well, to get a bit more power. Exactly. And, like, I can just use my ult as, like, an AFK bot for, thing. I can AFK on my ult in, VA.
Awaiting command.
Right, because if I AFK with my ult in Voidibus, you know, my ult now has some okay healing stuff. So it can still be useful, you know? It can still be useful.
Target eliminated.
Alright, world boss time.
Awaiting command.
Yeah, I saw the CNPV, like, I think it was like last week or something. But yeah, now I'm going to spam because I have keys here. Oh yeah, I have every single buff here now on the mech. Alright, I'm gonna go kill this a bunch of times and I'm gonna farm other bosses after. Alright, gotta get these done.
Target eliminated.
I see. Wait, does Mr. Cake have a video on his gameplay? We'll check his channel after. When doing reacts. I haven't seen her gameplay, I just saw the preview. We're gonna have a test server for her soon. As well. They're already doing recruitment for the test server, which is crazy. But again, I guess it's a short patch, so yeah. Oh cool, Mr. Editor already posted that. We can look at it later. Yeah, it's gonna be another dead patch, man. Yeah, I gotta wait for 5.4. The current patch is about as dead as when WoW had patch 5.3. Like over a decade ago. It's about as dead as when World of Warcraft had patch 5.3 a decade ago. It's about as dead as that. If you know, you know. Because 5.3 was the only patch in WoW during the MoP expansion that had like no content. They had like basically no content. And it was a major version. Then again, the expansion after it literally had a patch where the only content was fucking Twitter integration and a selfie camera. I don't know, man. Yeah, they're gonna have tests for MMO server next week. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. See it only though. Surely Global will get it, right? I kinda wanna see what would happen if Global gets it. They get it, they put it up against fucking Blue Protocol. I do wonder how long Blue Protocol will last on Global. Because from what I heard from people that played the thing, it's even worse than the JP Blue Protocol that went EOS. I don't have a CN account to go test it, man. So probably not. Yeah, it died really fast. It died super fast. Like, it's unfortunate too, man. Will we ever get, like, an anime-style MMO that isn't dog shit? Like, come on. How hard could it be to make one that isn't dog shit? How hard could it be? I don't know. That's unfortunate if it is, but it is what it is, man. Right? Like, it's not that we want it to be bad or anything. It's like, come on. Surely one of these days we can get one that isn't bad. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep killing Calamity 5s. Surely they're not all extinct now. Yeah, and like, it's not a high bar, man. That's the sad part. We'll see, man. I'm just gonna keep killing Calamity 5s if they're still alive. Okay, good. They're still alive. How many Calamity 5s are there? We're just gonna keep killing them. Yeah, that's one of the unique charms that ToF has. It's a classless MMO. Right? Because, like, at this point, like, try something different or interesting. You know? At least, like, that's the unique factor there. Right? And, like, each of the weapons are basically your abilities. Honestly, I feel like it'd be more interesting if ToF could let you equip 4 weapons at once. They could probably do more with that stuff, maybe. 4 weapons, 2 relics. And try to figure out stuff there. Maybe. I guess it depends, though. There's like a lot of interesting things they could do. Alright, let's go claim the stuff here. There's another Calamity number 5. Let's go. We can just keep killing Calamity number 5s. Until they run out. Then after that I can go kill world bosses elsewhere for support points. Alright, let me go loot this one. What the hell, my alt camera got bored. One sec, let me just warp my ult. It like borked my alt's camera. It got hit by something and it glitched with the freaking thing. So I have to re-teleport my alt. Here's another calamity number 5 though. Alright, let's just keep killing these. Alright, I'll just go kill a different boss then. While we wait for the thing to respawn, I'll try to get my dream machines or whatever. I'm gonna go kill Rudolph. Because now I gotta wait for dream machines. Not dream machines, the thing to respawn. All the calamity bosses are dead. I don't know. I'll try it, but I don't know, man. Whether or not I'll actually play it long term, that depends. I'll give it a try. Alright, now we gotta wait 10 seconds. We're just gonna keep killing all these world bosses. And then we'll do reacts after. There's another Rudolph. Cool, I can just keep killing Rudolphs. Eventually I'll just get all of the freaking world boss stuff. Eventually. Alright, let's see. Gotta kill Rudolph again. Alright, then after that we'll do magma. Actually... yeah, we'll do magma now. And then we'll do Culted and Hera. Alright, we gotta go kill all of these guys. And then after I'm done killing all of these, I should probably be able to kill more calamities. Calamity 5s. Gotta wait 13 more seconds. Oh, I know. It's gonna be longer than that. Gonna take a while for Calamity 5s to respawn. Alright, still a while off. Oh well. At least I'm getting all the other stuff done. And then I have to like go get my dream machines done as well. Right, I gotta get dream machines and stuff done too. God damn it, my ult just fell through the world again. Because it like spawned inside the freaking quicksand. From magma. Let's get all of them here. 7 more minutes for the Calamity boss. Oh, there's another magma. Alright, let's go kill another magma. And then after that, we'll do Colton. Alright, we'll do 2 Colton, and then I guess at that point we can go wait for the Calamity boss to respawn. You know, now that I think about it, these guys probably don't spawn dream machines. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Alright, Colton time. Alright, time to go kill Colton. Mm-hmm. Alright, time to go kill Hera. Well, Hera still has that bug where you have to go see the thing first before Hera will spawn. Alright, you guys gonna see a magic trick. They never fixed the Hera bug. Alright, Schrodinger's Hera. Hera doesn't exist unless you observe the chest first. Until it's observed, it doesn't exist. Alright, it cannot exist until you observe it. Okay, after I go kill that one, we're gonna go to the Calamity boss. Time to go kill Hera again. Alright, kill Hera one more time. Loot it, then I can go to the Calamity boss. And since I already observed the chest there, got it sure to spawn in. Alright, time to go to the Calamity boss. Probably. I'm gonna guess we'll get the first altar to after Hellion. That's my guess. But that's gonna be pain if we do. I'd be like pulling like back to back to back. But yeah, I'm just dumping all my keys on some Calamity bosses. Because, like, there's no way they're gonna do double drop world bosses again. Sion's never even had it. Double drop world boss was a global only thing under 10 cent, after all. So it's just like, no point in hoarding them. Might as well dump the keys. Right, might as well. And I dump them here because I need the social credit. Alright, I gotta get my social credit up. And then I gotta sell my ores and stuff later. Because I need a lot of social credit to get the thing. Need a lot of social credit. And they're already recruiting for the test server. For, Helene already. Which is kinda crazy. Only a week since the patch dropped and they're already recruiting for test server. Very short patch we have indeed. Alright, we have a very, very short patch. Man, these bosses die way too quickly. They die in one rotation. Crazy. So much for a world boss. They die in one DPS rotation. Imagine. Right, on to the next one. And I'm only slowly just gonna get stronger and stronger. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Alright, time to loot this one. I'm almost out of my keys. What happened to Wish? Are they AFK? Because I've just been going around channel to channel, killing calamities, left and right, looting as much as I can, dumping my keys. Alright. They probably went AFK or something. There's another Calamity 5. Cool, we can go to the next one after. Oh, true. You wait for the beta Monanto, the male wanders. True. That's what everyone's saying, right? Surely Nanto will be altered. Surely. Right, they all coping for that. We'll see. Right, surely. Alright, let's get loaded on in. I still got a couple of keys left to spend. Hi Kumaki. Welcome. I'm just dumping all of my freaking World Boss keys right now. How you doing? Alright, almost done dumping them all. Especially because I need that juicy social credit. We were? Who? Really? I don't know, man. Do you think I go watch his shit, man? I ain't watching his slop. No thanks. Alright, like, no thanks. I'm not watching his crap. I don't know, man. I don't know what we did. Oh yeah, that's right. There should be a new revenue chart for the freaking bozos. I don't understand why they care so much, man. Freaking weirdos. Our fault ZZZ's above war, really? Surely it's our fault, right? Surely. And not just Wua being crap. Or whatever. Surely. I swear, the weird ass freaking self-gaslight excuses they like to use. But hey, they can believe whatever they want. That's their problem, not mine. Yeah, he's not even there and they blame him. It's funny. They always gotta find a scapegoat, I guess. For some reason, he's the scapegoat that they want to cope with. Oh, that's their problem, not mine. I guess I'll kill Queen Zeno because all the other ones are dead. Let's go kill Queen Zeno. The reason why they can't be happy with their game is because it's shit, man. They don't actually like it. They're gaslighting themselves into thinking they like it just to shit on or hate on something else. They don't actually like it. If they actually liked it and really cared for it, whatever, the stuff should be able to stand on its own and they wouldn't be doing what they're doing, man. They feel that weird ass need to justify everything in there, even if it means they have to self-gaslight themselves into it. Instead of coming up with all their weird copium excuses and whatever. The fuck? Why can't I loot this shit? The chest was bugged. God damn it, the chest was bugged. Alright, like, if it really was as good as they say it is, and really was what they say it is, it should be able to stand on its own and live up to what it stands on. But it doesn't. Well, that's its own problem, man. Alright, it's not my problem, it's not your problem, it's their problem. Alright, if they're gonna get fucked over, let them get fucked over. an all-seeing eye. Right, like, that's just how it is at the end of the day. And hey, you know what, honestly? Like, with all the scummy shit that they're doing at this point in Genshin Wu or whatever, all I can say is, hey, if they let them get away with it, that's their own fault, and they deserve to get fucked and screwed over for it. The people propping them up. Right? Damn. Wait, why Gray Fox though? Gray Fox doesn't do anything at E0. You didn't have other shit for Benediction? Because Gray Fox, like, actually doesn't do anything at A0. Because, like, out of all the other Benediction stuff you could be using. But, like, yeah. Like, that's just an unusual choice. A0 Gray Fox for Benediction. I see. Like, especially because, like, Brevi's on standard. Like, if you need the cleanse for Graying Bite, you should be using Brevi. Especially because Brevi's on standard. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that, man. Why not? Right? Like, just collab with their own stuff and put their own thing in both. The question is, what will they choose from ToF to put into NTE? If they do that. I mean, that's true. But it's like, why not bring both? Right? Like, why not do both? Like, a missed opportunity, like, not to. Right? Like, it'd be a missed opportunity not to, man. Hey man, you know how I look at some Genshin characters? You know what I look at freaking losing the 50-50 in games like Genshin to getting a negative 5-star. A negative star unit. So if like characters to be like Diluc and Chi-Chi and crap are negative 5-star, then what does it make the collab character? If I look at them as negative stars. Right, if characters like Diluc are like, are a negative 5-star, then what does it make that? Yeah, Amber is the hardest. Amber, Kaya, and Lisa are the hardest characters to max out. Because you can only get them from the standard banner. It is what it is, man. I see. Oh, that's right. Like, wait, what? 5.4 Yanoa was gonna be on standard. Right, 5.4. So then, like, yeah. And then Copium Yanoa matrices will go hard. Because that'll be on standard banner. Yeah. But, like, Yanoa matrices are still crazy, man. They're still pretty cracked. So, like, yeah, they'd still be pretty good. Alright, time to go to Sobkek. Yeah, fair enough. Up to you to get what you want, right? Right, get what you want, play what you want, do what you want. And I missed the freaking drop season. Everything's so dead now that drops are gone. If only they'd ToF drops every patch. If only, man. When ToF drops happen, that was crazy. Like, it makes easy money doing AFK drops. It's like the easiest money I can make. Like, I'm not joking. I miss those times. Alright. I'm just gonna try to get my freaking dream machines now. Alright. Let's get through the next thing. I mean, if it works, man. Right, if it works, it works. Damn. If it works, it works. Oh yeah, I need to do the landlord thingy. Gotta get my stuff from landlord. So I can level up my stuff even further. Yeah, Fiona is just for buffs, man. Alright, let's see. Can I upgrade this further now? Damn it, I need a couple more of the things in here so I can get this thing leveled up further. Right, because I do want to get this thing up to level 200. But I don't have enough of those mats. I don't quite have enough of those weapon mats to get it to 200. And my carrot is still sitting at level 100. But like, it is what it is. I'll slowly get it up there. Okay. Time to try to get my dream machines. And I guess I can do some reacts now. Will I try to get my dream machines? Well, look at the FAQ first. What's in the 5.3 FAQ? Then we'll look at the Helene video.
They're doing the 5.3 FAQ for ToF.
Okay.
Okay, on this patch, which is a very dead patch, we got no new map.
Yep.
Okay.
Very dead patch.
No new main story, nothing new pretty much. Okay, so first things first, we got the new flame healer character, Lecasis, who uses a scythe. Okay. And there's pretty much is no healing on her kit outside of just... He's not a healer.
Huh?
Okay? This thing right here...
Hello.
This thing right here...
That's the
healer. Okay? He's a main DPS for Flame. The healer is the heal bot.
Yep.
Okay, which just heals passively on the side. So yeah.
I see.
And this is her swimsuit.
That is quite the swimsuit.
And then he also, as usual,
Yeah, it's
unlike
gonna be
his
dead too, yeah.
She gets a dorm. Okay.
Oh yeah, we should check out the dorm of
He
this
does
stuff.
get a dorm, which looks like this. All right, let's go in and check real quick. So, inside the dorm, this is what it looks like. With all the things here. And then,
Yep, of course she gets a dorm. She ain't Fizz, so she gets a dorm.
that's her sleeping with the bot.
Yep.
And then the peak interaction here
看
is
到不该看的东西，不要怪我没有提醒你哦。
I'm not gonna show all of them, but there is the peak interaction called reading. Okay,
Oh, boy.
it says reading, but you know, this is what actually happens when you're reading. Okay.
That is definitely some kind of reading.
Yeah, reading.
Reading, guys.
Definitely reading. Okay, she's reading.
Yep, definitely reading. What she reading, who knows?
Okay.
But there you go.
And then outside of that, let me see. Yeah, there is still some that are not available yet, like banking, as of right now, the recording of this FAQ. But and then both of her interactions are not out yet. Okay.
I should go back and check some of the older
But
characters.
what is out
Will we ever get the Nola interaction that's not done
is
yet?
a brand new Hipper interaction this patch.
Okay, new Hipper interaction. Let's
So
go.
Hipper got most of her interaction. Yep, Nora still doesn't have her coffee machine. But Hipper
Will Nola
interaction
ever get her
outside of this
coffee
first
machine?
one that we already have previously. The second one is out now. Where you are taking her body
林
measurements.
萨给我寄来了新的泳装，
Okay.
说是无论如何
Sure.
也要让我穿给他看一下。
For your
虽然不
research
想搭理
purposes
他
of the human
但
anatomy,
在家里穿一
exactly.
下的话，应该没问题。你能帮我量一下尺码吗？我也要
Okay,
确
so
定
there's
能
this.
穿上。
Gotta
And
make
then
sure
you're
you
supposed
research.
to
Very important research.
you're just taking her body measurement.
有点痒，
Wait,
好
no.
好量，手不要乱碰。
Wait, no, that's not the correct measurement. We're supposed to measure down here. Here. And the tape measure. And then she flips over.
Okay.
And then you measure her legs.
Of
I don't know
course.
how what the hell measurement is that supposed to be, but you know. Once you finish measuring her,
谢谢你，看来尺码刚刚
Okay.
好。
he switches
好了，我要换衣服了，请先回避一下。
into her swimsuit.
Okay.
You, finally awake.
Into her swimsuit.
All right.
Okay.
There you go. We got bonked. They bonked us
So
though.
after you go through all that, she goes into her swimsuit, and then you get kicked out, and then now she has different
欢迎
animations
来自艾达的冒险
for all the basic stuff. So like sitting on the sofa now, instead of the usual sitting on the sofa,
Yep.
he is now you know, doing this on the sofa. Okay, so this is a different pose,
Okay.
and then
难得你能到我这里，
if you sleep, she is not sleeping on the bed, but sleeping on the sofa. Okay, so there's two different poses after you get the
这
swimsuit,
就是我平时的居所，请随意
and
参观。
then everything else is the same.
Okay.
Okay, everything else is exactly the same, but she's just in her swimsuit. Okay, pretty sure everything else is the same. I think I checked everything, and then oh yeah, also in the shop you can buy the these robots now. I'm pretty sure this was new this patch as well. Okay, pretty sure this was new. And then so basically these bots, you can F them so they start doing their job and vacuuming.
Sure. Now
There's
she
like
got
3 of these.
the room buzz.
I don't know where the third one went. Oh, there's one over here. I don't think there's anything special about these. Outside of like, you could probably ride them or something for whatever reason.
Sure, you can ride on them.
And then
请随意参观。
yeah, everything else is already here. And then you cannot go into interactions with her swimsuit. So, you know, the moment you go back to the interaction, or the moment you go into the dressing room, you had to take off the swimsuit. And she goes back to default again. Third interaction
Okay.
still not available, by the way. Hopefully next patch. This is still not
Will
here.
they ever give us
And
all the
then final
interactions on
dorm
Noah,
update.
though?
Final dorm update is for Void Piercer.
Okay.
Where's Void Piercer?
VPN got one.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, so final dorm update is Void Piercer, where you go here, and then her piano now has
Her pi-
2 interactions.
Okay.
I think they secretly changed this. It was only one option last I checked. So you can do the 8-key version of the piano, right? Or
Okay.
you can do the 21-key option. Okay, and then these are all mapped to the keyboard.
I see it. Hopefully you're better now, man.
Okay.
Still no sharps and flats, though.
And then, yeah, so now I have 2 options. This is all thanks to the crew base update, which we'll talk about later, which has a piano inside as well.
Crew
let's
base.
get out of
Okay,
here.
cool. We can hear about the crew
Back
base.
to Lexus's, Lexus also got her own simulacra story. Okay, very
Okay.
rare. Remember, last major version, we only got 1 simulacra story. This time we got Lexus's after Aster. Okay. So with
Okay.
this, you get, you know, just make sure you claim the free rewards. There's polls here. And
Oh, what's that?
there is a special flower that
Okay.
you get from the simulacra story that unlocks dorm interaction and furniture. Okay.
Oh?
Make sure you
Okay.
do this for the dorm thing. And then, yeah, I think that's it. Oh, last thing that's new in this patch. Hold on. Last thing that's new in this patch, we got Hipper standing right here.
Okay.
Plus 1 new side quest that you can do if you talk to Hipper. This does count towards exploration, I think. So there's that. All right. Now, off to the main update of this patch. The
The
only
crew
thing
base.
that's like important for crews. Crews, we have a new button at the bottom right.
Yep.
There we got a crew base feature. So there is a total of 6 rooms. All of them have different layout, but like all of them have the same features. Okay.
Okay.
6 rooms with 30 people max for a full crew of 180 people. So far, there is nobody inside the crew base. Let's just go into the first room. Okay, so inside the crew base, okay, there is a 6,000 point limit that you can get per 1 hour session in the crew base.
Okay.
And then you get like crew currency, the old crew currency. Okay, and then this is capped at like 8,000 points a week. So all you have to do is do this twice, 2 different sessions. You can do this all
Okay.
in 1 day as well. So basically how this works is you can AFK in here and you can just get 6k. And this will
Oh.
probably take you like 20 to 30 minutes of AFK. I think it's like 20-ish minutes. Or you can speed it up by playing Mahjong or the card game Landlord. You get up to 4,000 point cap. See, like I AFK'd for like a minute, I got 200 points. Okay. You can also spar with others to get like up to 2k points. And then on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Okay. Today is Sunday in the game. You have a Snowy running around dropping gift boxes.
Oh.
And then you can open the gift boxes for some points as well. if there's nobody in the room, then nobody spawns Snowy. You have to have someone in here to keep Snowy running around, and then the gift boxes would be like spawning. Let's see, we got our first spawn here probably. No? Spawn, please? No spawn. Okay, she spawns us a gift over here. And then obviously you can see other crewmates in the crew base. So basically what you want to do is just wait for Snowy to drop gifts, open those, AFK for points, and then PvP your crewmates. You spar with them.
But you have to be on certain times of the day for that.
This gives you, I mean, this is the quickest 2k points because like just one shot them. Right?
Okay.
Right? A win is 300. A loss is 150. It doesn't really matter who wins or who loses. Just keep sparring. Wait.
Okay.
I lost, right? Why'd I get 300 again? Wait. Did I auto kill Ceci with my passive?
That'd be hilarious if you
300
did.
again. Let's switch to a different weapon that doesn't auto kill people. A loss is
Okay.
150, I'm pretty sure. There we go, we lost. We got 150 points. Okay. So,
Okay.
okay, there's the box that Snowy drops. Inside these boxes, you can get randomized blue gifts. Okay, I just got a blue gift
Oh, wait, you can get
right
random.
down here.
Okay. Random
So
blue
random
gifts.
blue gifts here, and
That's
then
nice.
you know, that was 200 points a box. So it's actually pretty quick to AFK to 6k. Okay, and then other things over here. Oh, remember you can't PvP here. This is the dance floor. This is for Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Okay, let's talk about all the features in the crew base. Okay, so first things first, at the bar, there's this tablet cashier thing, whatever. All right, you F this. So basically, this is a voting system. Okay, this is a voting system. You get to vote which simulacra to spawn, and then you can have a maximum of 8 simulacra spawning
Okay.
if you have 30 people voting in this event. Okay, so you can just pick whoever you like
Yeah, my crew is too
and
ditch
have
for
them
that.
show
though.
up by giving them a vote. You can only vote once per week. Okay, so why do you vote for them? You vote for them so they spawn as NPCs, and then
Okay.
they, like, you know, you can talk to them, right? That's not the main point. The main thing is they will occasionally generate a gift box on top of their head, and if you talk to them and claim, you get a buffing food, 12% attack,
Oh.
and then some flat attack for, like, this is,
Oh,
I'm
it's the
pretty sure
same
this
th-
is best in slot. This is better than the toothpaste you can get in Kylo.
I thought it's the
Right.
same as the toothpaste.
So if you talk to altar characters, you get a random buffing mushroom. If you talk to like a flame character, there's a bug, I can't claim that. Talk to Aster, couldn't get that. God fucking damn it. My example, if you talk to a fizz character, you get a fizz mushroom. Okay, if you talk to an altar character, you get a random 4-element mushroom. Okay, and then there's some characters that are bugged and you can't claim from them for some reason. Okay, so there's that. And what else is in this? Let's open this. Oh, this gives us a
Oh, my
green
dream
gift.
machines are shit. this
Sometimes
way.
the gift boxes will also generate a mob for you to kill. It's completely random. Yes, there's also a piano in the crew base, which doesn't have the 8-key version. And then other people can like hear you as you play the piano. And then you can flex your piano skill, okay?
Okay. Too bad my crew is so dead. Can't really make use of that stuff, but yeah, just
There we go.
AFK.
Wow. For a second there, I thought Sussy was gonna flex the piano skills. Fake Asian moment. All right. And then there is also 2 training dummies here. Cactus.
Okay.
But they're not very good for actual parsing because you end up hitting both at the same time. And it's like fake news.
Yeah, they're too close
And
to
it's
each
like
other.
super inflated numbers.
Why hit 1 cactus so you can hit 2 cactus? Kick tie.
There's some picture taking spots over here if you were into that type of stuff.
Okay.
I mean, what else is there? And that's it. And then the tables are here. So there's mahjong. All right, the usual mahjong stuff. You can play with your crewmates.
And
And
landlord?
then landlord stuff, or you can play with your crewmates. Remember that this also gives you points, so you can reach that 6,000 cap faster. There is a settings button, surprisingly, in an instance, which usually isn't here, right? Because you can't bring up the escape menu. You can also talk inside this instance in world chat and everything else. And then you can access your mail through this button. Just mail though.
Only mail. You can't do your others.
And then what else? Did we miss anything? So crew base is
The Infinity
open
Nikki 5-match
all
game
the
is
time,
dumb.
but the event, so the 6,000.
Honestly, what I ended up doing with the 5-match game is just losing on purpose. I ended up losing on purpose, and then just doing whatever it told me because it just took too long. You can just lose immediately and then force it to do the thing. Which is what I did for all the difficulties.
Point thing is only available starting at 7 p.m. every hour, all the way until midnight to 1 a.m., which is the last session. So 6 sessions per day. Okay.
Okay.
And yeah, your cap is 6,000 points per session, but you can get 800 points of crew currency. So you need to do 2 sessions total. And then at the end, if you actually reach 6,000, okay, if you actually complete and get to the cap, and you leave the crew base, you end up getting a 25% movement speed buff or a 25% stamina reduction. 50-50 chance.
Okay.
Let's see what we get this time. So fully AFK, you have to be in here for like 30 minutes. Which you can speed up if you open some boxes. A box spawn. We get it and we're done. And we got the stamina buff. Okay, 25% less stamina consumed. So that was the fastest you can do, right? If you don't play Mahjong. So 15 minutes inside if it's a snowy day. Right, we were here for 15 minutes, I think. Right? I could be wrong. That's like the fastest.
Okay, I gotta make sure I AFK there every day then. I didn't do it last
way to
week.
6K if you don't play any of the board games.
Because I need the crew
All
merits.
right, let's get out of here. Moving on to the event
said
guide.
nicer.
Okay, so for the events
You're
for this
late, but
patch in
welcome.
5.3
You missed the raid and stuff.
consists of 4 different things.
Alright, the
Okay.
event stuff this
The
patch.
first one is the carrot event rerun again,
Yeah.
where you have to pick one of 3
Yet
paths
another carrot rerun.
and to go as far as possible. And there's limited titles and everything, you know, the usual.
Okay.
This event also this time has a exclusive cosmetic, which looks like this.
What does it look like?
Okay.
Okay.
So a chat box frame. Okay,
Sure.
you have to get 30 shards. Every time you land on that correct tile, you get 1 shard. And you have to land on it 30 times. The tile that gives you free shit. Okay. And then that's that. That's the first event. I can't show this because it's already over. Okay, it's for 2 weeks only. So for the tryhards, go try hard over here, get your title. The second event is just, again, the usual battle royale, PvE mode. 8 players drop in, get weapon, and then kill the boss. The more damage you do,
Okay.
the more currency you get. Okay, it's a leaderboard. I just realized my model is scuffed because I'm at too high FPS. Okay.
Okay.
Rip FAQ. So yeah, there's this, and then the featured weapon of this event mode
Lechuses,
is
obviously.
Lechuses. So you get to use your scythe in here, and then the boss is the queen bug. Okay. Not recommended to farm points. Okay, this takes too long. Not recommended. The third event is really easy.
Okay.
So every day you unlock one of these different, every day you unlock a different tier. And then all you have to do is just submit items. Every day there's a different request. All you do is just click this button, submit everything, and you're done. You submit up to 28 things to finish everything. And then there's like a submission milestone down at the bottom. Make
Okay.
sure you claim these boxes. There's some free shit in here as well.
We haven't had that
Okay,
event in a while.
Nothing too crazy with this one. And yeah, there's a hard cap, unfortunately. And then finally, the fourth event is another rerun, which is just Mia PvP.
Ah, yes,
right?
Mia.
Mia 4v4 shooter PvP event.
Okay.
So this fourth and final event is the this fourth event is the only thing you can grind if you missed out on the first one. Okay, so make sure you actually play the first one, get as many event currency points as possible. Okay, make sure you do this. If you slacked off and didn't do the first event,
That'd be something, man.
you're really
If
fucked.
they brought that back.
You have to do this, and each win is only 400.
Oh,
Losing
boy.
is 200 points, and you always get a shit ton of people AFKing.
Ah, yes.
It's not good. GG easy.
Gotta do the other things first.
Okay, there we go. We got 400 for winning. They lost and got 200. This is your best bet to farm points, is to make like 2 pre-made parties and just one side AFK and then you farm the other side. Okay, unfortunately. So these are the 4 official events where you can farm for event currency. There is a 5th hidden thing you can do to
Okay.
also get event currency.
What's the hidden one?
Okay. This is not officially listed anywhere for some reason, but this also gives you currency. If you go do the Anka Survival Guide arcade game.
Oh?
I don't know if Global will get this, but this is on CN. If you come here and you start the game and you play easy mode, right? You see I have gotten 1 out of 4 rewards. So like you don't really need to like, you could just spam, right? You just need to like spam all 20 days. I'm pretty sure if you click reset, you don't get rewards. Don't need to pay attention to anything because you're here for event currency. And see, I got 300 points. Maybe I should,
Okay.
right? I got 300 event currency
So you could just do the Anka event
Just like
too.
that. for
The
one
Anka
complete.
working.
Okay, so if you missed out the last few days, I mean, if you missed out on the first event and you're missing currency, make sure you come and do this at least 4 times every day because there's a cap of 4. And this is 1,200 points
Oh.
just for spam clicking. This is like the fastest way you get points. It's 300 per run. There's a cap of 4 runs, I think. I'm gonna try to do a 5th run and see if I get anything. The funny thing is it gets progressively louder. Because each of these tiles spawning is like a 1 sound. And they freaking stack with each other.
Yeah. Okay, Anka working, guys.
So it's even louder. The more shit you have. Okay, do this 4 times per day.
Make
Spam
sure
click
to
the
do
button
that.
as fast as possible to get 1,200 points. Alright,
It's
just to
easy
make sure.
points, exactly.
I am getting the currency, as you can see in the systems tab. Okay, I got 900 because I already did 300 earlier. So for the event shop, there is this personal card border thing, and it just says you have it. This probably is a bug. I don't know if global will get this as well. So technically you don't have to buy this, but make sure you double check. And then there's also a background, a Mia spacesuit avatar, some red balls, and once you get to 2100, frame for your personal card, more background.
I'm gonna try it.
You got the avatar frame, some more red balls. Oh yeah, the usual event stuff. And then that's it with the events. Okay, 5 total events if you count this secret Anka one. One last double check. What if the other arcade also works? Surely it works on the other arcade machines and we get points, right? Speaking of Kick, I'm also streaming on Kick. Okay, the better platform. Oh, I got in! Holy shit! GG easy. No, you don't get event currency, unfortunately. 30 taken. Okay, some small stuff. New character joined standard on this patch 5.3. We have Brevi is now officially in standard. So all you support mains, healer mains, or people that pulled for 1 copy of Brevi, or all you vault mains, okay, that pulled for Brevi for DPS, you can now be an actual healer and useful. Okay, free to plays, max her out, please. Okay, very good.
Oh yeah, you can still do it for points. Yeah.
Be a contribution to your team. Max out Brevi with your flame gold. Okay. We got a
max
new
out our
camera
matrices
button
too.
on the bottom left. Okay, this camera button
They're
was
very
available
good for support benediction players.
Character customization, but not
Yeah,
for
max
accessories.
Brevi
On this
matrices.
patch, this camera button is now available for accessories as well. So the accessory page, you have the zoom, you have the up down, you have the left right, you know. Although, like, if you zoom all the way in, your character model disappears. So there's still some little bit of scuff over here. But yeah, like, you can zoom in all the way on the booba.
Hey, Bootleg Gamer.
But if you go down, your character disappears. So it's kind of scuffed.
Very scuffed.
Okay.
But you can move around.
5.3. Outside of everything we've talked about, we got the usual, you know, +1 bygone floor, +1 sequential floor, +1 FCE, bosses, 2-headed Kudogs, solo FCE, bosses this mecha, and that is it.
Two-headed Kudog.
Okay.
Two-headed
That
Kudog.
is it to this FAQ. Nothing happening this patch. Very dead. And next patch is 5.3.5, which also has nothing. Stay tuned for that FAQ. And that's it. Bye, YouTube.
Alright, so the next patch also dead. Let's go. Alright, let's see the Helene animations. Where's Mr. Cake? He hasn't streamed the thing too. Whatever. Here's Helene's animations. Alright, we gotta see Helene animations. Then we'll do our other reacts after. Alright, let's see. Does she allows you to accumulate mastery points, which can be spent on that thing? Okay. Does she not have any Resignor? No Resignor. Looks like there's no Resignor in her kit. Damn. Surely he's busy with gacha revenue. But yeah, she doesn't have any Resignor. That's unfortunate. No Resignor on her kit. Right, I don't see any Resignor there. Not on her matrices either. Yeah, no, there's no Resignor in any of her kit.
Woohoo! 和哥哥开启新的冒险了。
Uh-huh. All we know is she crazy. And she has the bear thingy. Brevi's older sister, Shirley. Shirley Brevi older sister. No, it's Brevi X.
哥哥，我有点累
Right? It's
了。
Brevi X. Surely it's Brevi X.
呜呼！和哥哥开启新的冒险了。
Brevi and Plotty had a kid. I don't know how that works, but yeah. Somehow Brevi and Plotty had a kid.
呜呼！
How did that work? I don't
和哥
know.
哥开启新的冒险了。
It just works. Right, it just works. It just works, you know?
嗯，哥哥，我有点累了。
I mean, yeah, you could. Not the greatest thing to use, but you could use her. And those are her animations. Of course I do. I had her since her original banner 2.5 years ago. I feel like she'll probably be a skip, to be honest. Helene. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, Helene might be a skip on global. Especially because she doesn't have any Resignor. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, like, people could probably just skip her. Like, yeah, it'll be stronger than the current stuff you can be using in Frost, but not that much stronger. Because, like, thing. Yeah, you need to have, like, the thing is, right, if you have the current Max Frost, you will need to get A6 plus 4Ps and stuff, everything maxed out again, in order for her to be an upgrade anyways. And honestly, it doesn't seem like she'll be doing much anyways. I'll have to get a feel for her on the test server, but like, yeah. Especially because, like, no Resignor, and like, compared to Volt, because like, at least Volt has 45% Resignor. Like, it feels like we just, like, skip and then wait for next altered or whatever. Right. But, like, honestly, I think the way it is, though, like, I noticed, they're probably just doing it a pattern where, like, you get one of each element in a row with Resignor, and then another set where they don't have Resignor, and then they just alternate. So, like, Lechesis doesn't have Resignor. The next Frost doesn't have Resignor. So, like, next Fizz probably won't have it. And the next Volt after thing won't have it. No, it's like, to get an upgrade over the previous max comp, if you already have the old max comp, the old meta, you literally need to pull A6 4-piece. Otherwise, you're not really gonna get anything. Like, that's just the reality. That's how low the creep is, man. If you have current meta, the only upgrade for you is to get the next one when it's maxed out. And then you'll get a small increase. It's, like, pretty small. So, like, yeah, not really worth. But yeah. Like, yeah, it'll be better than using Grey Fox as your last weapon in there, probably. But, like, you know. Like, here's the reality, right? If you really like her and you really want it, go do what you want. Have fun with that. But yeah, you know. And it doesn't help how, like, things are scuffed on global with, like, Resignor crap. Because we don't hit the cap on, like, CN. She doesn't have the Resignor, though. She doesn't have any. So, like, there's nothing to, like, make a mistake and leave. She just doesn't have any. Oh, we'll see what happens, man. Like, it's not worth it to do like that if your goal is that, yeah. The freaking bear moving around like this is just so weird. Yeah. I mean, with Grey Fox, it helps if you have her, what's it called? If you have her matrices for the instant charge at the start. Right, but like, yeah. Because, like, eventually at some point, like, even using some other cope stuff isn't that bad. And you're not that far behind, even running some cope stuff. I am curious, though, on what the next altered will be. I'll probably end up just skipping Helene. I'll probably just skip Helene, to be honest. I probably will. I don't know. Like, the animation and stuff in there is cool and all, but like, I'll probably just skip. But yeah. Yeah, I'll give it a reset, one sec. Alright, should be fine now. But yeah, I'm probably just gonna skip Helene. Like, I don't really see a reason for me to bother. And like, the same time too, like, if you pull a bunch of alters, you can also just do double alter crap. The only thing that, like, the only reason why though, like, it's not great to use Nola as your second altered for Frost is because Nola's second skill is ass. But yeah. Hopefully, like, the next Frost, you can pick the element like Nola. Not the next Frost, the next altered, you can pick the element like Nola. And then you can just run double altered again and just keep doing one thing. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing or whatever. We'll see. I mean, I currently have the current max Frost, but like, yeah. Depends on your situation, but yeah. Wait, why are they testing it now? The hell is this room? Wait, why in domain 9? I am so confused. Why are you testing domain 9? I guess Mr. Cake is really trying to stream on Kick. He really has been trying to push Kick.
今天玩的开心吗？哥哥加油，哥哥好帅！宇宙是个游乐场。今天玩的开心吗？
Yeah. I mean, I have like nothing I'm sitting on again. But I'm probably just gonna skip Helene anyways. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any point to like really bothering with Helene. But like, yeah. Oh, it is what it is. What the hell happened to ProZD? He quit? That's his own problem, man. Okay. I saw this in my recommendations the other day. This seemed like an interesting video. What the hell is wrong with this guy's channel? He has 316k subs, but he doesn't even have 2k views on this video. But I'm curious on what he has to say because I saw the title. The guy's 30 and gaming has become a luxury, and he's disappointed. I'm actually kind of curious on what it is. I saw it like in my YouTube recommendations. I'm like, fuck it, let's go give it a look. Oh, let me get the mini ToF in the corner, 1 sec. Where the hell is it? Fuck, I need to like organize my sources in here a bit better. In OBS, I have too many sources. Alright.
But seeing how those games, I'm excited for the new games coming out, but seeing how those games adding up is gonna cost pretty much the price of a new PS5, which is like what, $500, $600, $700, something like that, plus like tax. The PS5 Pro is like what, $800? Same thing with the Switch 2. It's basically a quote new console, but now it's like on par with the current gen we have. We've always had this console war about whether PC or console is better. And, you know, one thing people would say is the exclusives is what matters.
What exclusives?
I guess accessibility is another thing. A PC is literally a computer. You can do so much with the PC. Like, it just works, you know? It just works, right?
It just works,
There's a lot of games coming out. But look at your backlog of Steam games. If you play on PC, everyone has Steam. Look at your backlog of Steam games.
No, it's
Look
too
at how many of
intimidating.
those you haven't played, or you've played like maybe a little bit and then never finished it. For
Yeah,
me,
I
that
know.
game is Hollow Knight, and there's this hype around Silksong, and they're like, oh, you gotta play Hollow Knight. Oh, you gotta play Silksong. We've been waiting for this. I'm trying to beat Hollow Knight, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's great. I've played Metroidvanias before. I've beaten Blasphemous 1 and 2 recently. You know, did all the endings and things like that. I want to do that for Hollow Knight, but Silksong's coming out so soon. There's a lot of old games that I bought and that I haven't played just because I got them on summer sale, which is another benefit of PC gaming. There's a lot of sales.
Yeah.
Console, it's just full price every time, almost every time. Gaming is getting more of a luxury. It's becoming a luxury nowadays because We
Yep.
went from what, $50 games to $60 games to 70. Now it's pushing 80, especially with Nintendo. Do you want to play Mario?
And the thing is, even then, it's not even the full game. And if you get a physical one, it's not even on the disc or the cartridge. We get that bullshit too. It's like, oh, you pay that much for an unfinished game, and then you have to buy the rest later. Right, with these seasons passes and whatever bullshit. Right, digital deluxe and all the other crap, like not even the full game, man. Don't even get the full game.
Mario Kart guys, spend $90 please, if you want the physical edition at least. The digital, it's a little cheaper, but still, you're getting a very similar experience and you're paying $90. Pair that with maybe you have multiple consoles. Metal Gear Solid Delta or Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
And then they're already selling them before they're out. Exactly. All the bullshit that they're doing, man.
Remade and it came out. I was so hyped for that game when I saw the trailer, but I still have not bought it because I want to finish Hollow Knight. Because I'm like, I can't play 2 games. I need to finish Hollow Knight before Silksong comes out. I got it. I want to play Metal Gear Solid 3 or Metal Gear Snake Eater. I want to play the remake, but I have to finish Hollow Knight. And I'm like, what's more important? What's the more important?
And then early access stuff packed in.
Or a $20 sequel. Or
Yeah.
of
You'll have
Silksong.
some games where all the DLC costs like 5 times the price of what they're asking for the base game, or in some cases 100 times the price. Looking at EA with some of their stuff there. You know, we got some of the live service slop here, where like they're literally selling you like one. Okay, now in Genshin it's what? 1/10 of a character for $400 a guarantee copy. 475 US dollars a guarantee copy. For 1/10 of character now, with what I heard they're doing with their level 90 to level 100 increases, you need 3 more copies on top of C6 or whatever. And then of course they still don't even come with the weapon that they're supposed to come with. Oh wait, no, it's not 1/10 of a character, it's 1/15 of a character. Because I'm not even including their weapon. You have to include that too. It's like, bruh.
Coming out for, I heard the price was $20. A whole nother experience after I finish Hollow Knight. I'm gonna be busy. Alright? I'm gonna be busy. I don't really have time for Metal Gear. I mean, I can wait it out. I've beaten Metal Gear Solid 3 the original one. I played it once, but that one time was so fun. And I want to relive it again in the remake, but, you know, I've been seeing some reviews, and it's one of those Resident Evil 4 remake situations where you beat the Resident Evil 4 remake, and then you look back at the original RE4 on the PS2, and a lot of people do lean on the original Resident Evil 4, not the remake, even though the remake is like 90% close to it. You know, there's some missing stuff.
And the current digital locks and everything, it's ridiculous,
thing I want
man.
to mention as well. You guys
Right,
know
it's like
Bloodborne, right?
those
Everyone
price
wants
tags are
Bloodborne.
misleading.
PlayStation owns Bloodborne. They have the choice to make a remake or make Bloodborne 2, which is supposed to be, what is it, that Dusk Bloods game coming out for the Switch, and it's an exclusive on the Switch 2. There's so many games, like, I'm not going to get a Switch 2 until that Dusk Blood game comes out. And remember, no pre-orders. So I'm going to wait until Dusk Bloods comes out, wait for like the first 5 hours to see if it has issues running, the game itself is too short, whatever, or remember, no pre-orders, something like that. It has a lot of truth to it, because gaming is changing, it's becoming more of a luxury, it's so expensive. You got Borderlands 4, you got Silent Hill F, what is it, Requiem, Resident Evil 9, there's so many games coming out soon. Try to play some old games. Like, for real, like, finish those old games. Maybe wait until, like, Christmas time comes around, you know, December. Maybe they'll do a little 5-10% off thing. You can save yourself some money while also catching up on other games that you should be playing. Are you having fun playing the same free-to-play, complete these challenges to get these rewards, daily logins, you know, constant rewards, you know, systems to keep you coming back to play the same game? You can think of that as Marvel Rivals or Overwatch, right? I come back to these live service games, and do I have fun? Yes, but it's like one of those gambling addiction funds. The highs and the lows constant, and they're like, if I can win once, I can win again. And if I win again, I can win a lot more. And then it becomes this loop of you spending either A, resources, or B, mental energy, like playing Overwatch or some PvP shooter. You're going up against people who are going to make you mad. The game's frustrating, you know, your team's dying constantly. Everyone's yelling at each other in the mics. Even Call of Duty, with the skill-based matchmaking, every match is splitting.
Yeah, they all want to make the
sometimes
forever
people can't
game,
talk
and
crap,
they all end up
but you're
being
on the game
shit.
every day. I understand why some people only play single-player games nowadays, or, you know, they just lost interest in gaming in general. A lot of people will remember back in those days when they were young and a kid, they were on Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare 3, and now, you know, you got all these classic games, and look at them now. Gears of War is coming back as a remake or whatever. Halo Infinite's not doing so hot. What's new with Halo? Call of Duty is in shambles. They try to make other new games to compete with Call of Duty, like X Defiant, which I freaking miss so bad. Ubisoft, why? I really hope they come back with X Defiant 2. You know, they pull like a Splitgate 2, but they actually succeed, and the game is in better shape. There's just a lot of memories playing these games, and nowadays some people just feel like gaming's not their thing, but they'll watch other YouTubers play it, or they'll watch Twitch streams. They'll watch other people play while they chill at home, because, you know, they don't have interest in games. And especially after 2020 happened, gaming was at its peak. I believe that's when Call of Duty made Warzone, and everyone was getting on Warzone because it was free to play, and then Warzone started popping off. Gaming was back. And now we're in 2025. Gaming is not like it was during that time in 2020. I understand why nowadays a lot of people don't play video games, but a lot of people still do. And some people don't like to play PvP games because it's just, it's stressful, you know? You're having fun, yeah, but you're losing, and then you're winning, and then you're losing, and then you're winning, you know?
Okay.
At some point you gotta get off, like,
Black
staying
Ops was
on
better
those
than
games and
Warzone. I never
grinding
really
it
played
out
the
for
Call
what?
of Duty games.
For what? Yeah, you're gonna rank up. You
I
might
never really got
improve,
into
but
them.
think about it long term. Say you got so much time playing a game. Oh, I have thousands of hours playing this game. For what? Rewards, maybe. That's something, you know. You need a reason to play the game. You need some reason to play the game, right? You know, you could just play it just for fun, but those days are over. Look what happened to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. You remember that game, right? I was so hyped for that game. I bought the premium edition or whatever, you know, not the base standard edition. I went a step up and got the deluxe with all the first like 3 packs of characters. I have roughly 40 hours on Sparking Zero. Of course, I would hop off and play something else, but I kept coming back for like a solid 2 weeks, you know, testing out all the characters. And I remember back, you know, when I went to the Boys and Girls Club when I was like, you know, still in middle school, we had these rooms with the games, right? But there was always Tenkaichi 2 and Tenkaichi 3. My favorite is Tenkaichi 2, but I have all those memories of just split screen combat, right? But Sparking Zero does not have a battle pass. And that may be a reason why the game died. And that's because we're in this new age of gaming where everyone wants to be ninja. And that's the whole theory of, you ever heard the term people saying streamers killed gaming? There is some truth to that, because it all started with competitive Fortnite. A lot of people were good at like Call of Duty. Of course, we had esports Call of Duty, but you don't hear like kids, children, like 15, 16, 17, probably even younger than that, just being so good at Fortnite that they become famous on Twitch or they win a tournament. These young kids get so good at a video game, and everyone wants to be ninja and, you know, the next big streamer to go viral and get these clips, and, you know, everyone's sweaty. I used to play so many single player games back when I was younger. Do you know how many games the PS2 had? If you look at a list of PS3 games that we have compared to PS4 games, you're going to see the PS3 has a lot. I think the PS4 is still goated. The PS5, I don't have one. I do not have one. I thought about getting the Pro, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, $700 to $800 for a console that is slightly weaker than my PC. Mine's mine.
I mean, depends on your PC, man. It could be drastically weaker, man. Bro, you could get a PC. You know, if we look at stuff like the 5090, you could get something like freaking 5 times more powerful. Or whatever. Wait, what's the 5090 compared to like a 3070? If we're gonna make comparison. What was it again? We can we just compare it to a 3070, we can figure out the exact multiplier. Alright, 21760 at what? 2.4 gigahertz. Times 2 times 2.4 divided by not that thing. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have 104 teraflops here. Right, we're not gonna count this stuff. The AI and the ray tracing stuff. If we're talking FP32, there's 104 versus what? 5888 times 2 times like 1.8, I think it was, or 1.7. Yeah, it's literally like 5 times more powerful than that. like you could technically get a graphics card that's 5 times more powerful than a PS5 Pro. Alright, this is in terms of compute capabilities, 15090 is like 5 PS5 Pros. Assuming you could combine them and scale them 100% linearly, 15090 is 5 PS5 Pros. That said, this stuff doesn't work like that. Anyone who's ever run SLI or Crossfire back in the day can tell you all about how scuffed it is. And that's part of why it's so dead. And nobody does it anymore.
My PC right now is better than a PS5 Pro. So why get a P?
Bruh, like, I remember, like, back during COVID, you could buy a gaming laptop for the price of a PS5 Pro that was more powerful than a PS5 Pro. Because that's what my brother did. Like, back during COVID in 2020, he bought a laptop with a 3070. He paid like 1,000 Canadian dollars. He just like he went to like Canada Computers and just bought one of the open box models. 1,000 Canadian dollars, which is the price of a PS5 Pro in Canada. And that's not the one with the disc drive. The PS5 Pro with a disc drive, just the regular PS5 Pro. It was an open box model. But yeah, he bought an open box gigabyte model. Otherwise, he would have paid like $1,300. But like, back in 2020, he just bought an open box. I mean, like, open box, it's like, there was a couple scratch marks on the chassis, I think it was, or it was just the box that was damaged. But like, everything is fine. He still uses it today, you know? That's his main computer. The 3070 laptop. It had an i5 CPU in it. Because, yeah. I think it was like a 12th gen i5 or something. 11th or 12th gen i5. I'm not entirely sure, but like, that's what he has. But yeah, he paid like 1,000 Canadian dollars. Well, that was before taxes. So it was like $1,100 after tax. A bit over 1,100, but yeah. I think it depends. He got one of the bigger ones. So like, his laptop is, it has a 17-inch screen or whatever. It doesn't have the greatest screen. It doesn't have all the fancier, nicer stuff. But like, most people don't really care that much. I think it does have a 120Hz screen, but it's only 1080p. And like, yeah. It's a bit big. It is chunky. But like, for the money, he literally paid the price of a PS5 Pro 4 years before the PS5 Pro came out. and has a laptop more powerful than a PS5 Pro. Like, they're asking for way too much for like the Vega graphic you and the freaking thing there. And then like now we're at the point where like Nintendo raised the MSRP, even the regular Switch, to the point where the 256GB LCD model Steam Deck is literally the same price as the Switch 1. Like, bruh. Like, what the fuck? You can find some Z1 Extreme PC handhelds for the same price as they Switch 2 at, like, Best Buy and stuff now. Like, I'm not even joking, like you can find them in retail, them getting rid of, like, new old stock of, like, the original Lenovo Legion Go and the ROG Ally. For the price of the Switch 2, you can get one with the Z1 Extreme. Because, like, they have the newer Z2 Extreme models. But, yeah. Yeah, I know. So, it was, like, a return unit. And it was, like, heavily discounted. He bought it in, like, I think he bought it in, like, November or December or something. But, like, yeah, it was, like, the end of the year. He got it from the freaking thing. Because, like, they had a discount, like, he saw it on the thing there. But, like, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you call really well. Because, like, the Switch 2 isn't really selling. It's selling to distributors, but it's not selling to consumers. It's selling okay in Japan, but outside of Japan, it's not really selling. You can easily find them in stores. It's not really hard. Like, especially like where I live, like thinking in Canada, like even when the Switch 2 came out, it didn't sell out anywhere. Like everywhere just had Switch 2s, man. They just have a lot of them. They're not selling to consumers. They sold a lot to distributors, but like to end consumers, it's not selling. We'll see in the holiday season, but like, I doubt it's gonna be anything special. Like they're asking 700 Canadian dollars for a Switch 2. Right? Like, it's not selling. Like, it's just not selling.
PS5 Pro. The only exclusive I can think of is just Demon's Souls. That's the only one I can think of. Because I don't think Demon's Souls is on anything. But nowadays, since PlayStation and Xbox are sharing games now, we might actually get Demon's Souls on PC. I'm just hoping that's going to be the future.
I mean, the problem is, like, the price is too high that nobody's buying it. The price is too high and there's, like, nothing interesting that people want. They really push the limits with their pricing, man. Nobody's buying them because it's too much. It's too expensive. So, like, yeah, end result, nobody's buying it.
I don't have to worry about getting a PlayStation 6 because we're already getting rumors about the power of the PlayStation 6, or at least the release window, thinking it's going to be around 2027 or maybe 2028. I don't know. I heard that GTA 6 is only going to be able to run at 30 FPS. You might have...
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if GTA 6 is only 30 FPS on the PS5 Pro. The CPU is running an older Zen 2 core, and it's a slow one, and it's not even the full Zen 2 core, because it doesn't have like the full freaking, the full cache and stuff on there. It's like it's Zen 2 the core on the PS5 Pro, but the CPU might as well be a Zen 1 CPU. Because of how cut down they are compared to like the actual Zen 2 core. Alright, it's worse than the Zen C cores. Like the Zen 3 C cores and stuff like that. Like, the reason why GTA 6 won't be even hit 60 FPS on the consoles is because the CPU is too slow. Like, that'll be the reason. The CPU is too slow. It's like the same problem back with like the Xbox One and PS4 era. The problem with games not getting high frame rate and being like having very shit frame rates and stuff is the CPU is too dog shit. Because, like, all the other stuff, you can kind of get around it by toning down graphics and everything. But if that's assuming can I even, like, get, like, the freaking data can be fed and moved across. The problem is the CPU is so shit that it can't keep up. Or rather, in the PS4 and the PS5, PS5 Pro, they're not fast enough. Yeah, I know. The Bulldozer CPU was just that dog shit. The AMD stock fell to fucking $2 a share. Yeah, I mean the CPU was so bad nobody wanted them, and like they got them on the consoles for bargain bin pricing. Yeah, you know, like they were so bad. AMD stock fell to like $2 a share. It was not stonks for AMD during that time period. It was more of a stinks instead of a stonks.
Have to get a PS5 Pro to get like more than 30 FPS, but it's probably going to be locked. I have to wait about a year
Yeah,
for
the
GTA 6
Bulldozer.
to come out for PC because they're releasing it for console
bulldozed
first.
the entire company.
GTA 6 is going to be
Yeah,
the reason I get
something
a
got
next-gen
bulldozed.
console or a PS5 Pro. I gotta suck it up and play it at 30 FPS on a PS5 Pro that costs.
Yeah, it's like you buy that like PS5 Pro, they want that much, and then you gotta buy the game, and it's probably not gonna be finished and completed, and they can ask for so much for it. It's like, why even bother?
$800. Saying that out
And then the game won't even be on the disc. Like, let's be real, it probably won't even be on the disc.
loud, man, that puts it into perspective. How many times have you looked at a new game and you've gotten hype because people are influencing you on the internet, especially these Twitch streamers saying stuff about Battlefield 6, you know, these COD streamers? You guys remember when like VR gaming was coming out and everyone was thinking this was the future of gaming? We got plenty of VR devices out there. I have a friend who does a lot of VR chat stuff, and he like makes those shorts and posts them on his TikTok and things like that. I remember that first becoming a thing. I mean, I have an Oculus Quest 2. It's really
I have a Rift
fun, but I
CV1.
don't picture myself getting on, being in VR.
Like, I have a Rift CV1, but like I don't use it, man. That said, like, again, like for the past, what, 3 months now, I've had one of those XR glasses. I've been using those regularly now to like watch content on my own off stream. They're great, but like, unless I'm like lying in bed or whatever, like I'm not gonna like put them on or like and sit down or whatever, because like the problem with those is even then they're still too heavy. Like the XR glasses, they're like still pretty heavy. Like, you get used to it kind of, but like, it's like there's some weight to it, you know? But like when I lie down in like bed, if I lie on my side and like I just consume content that way and like watch them through the XR glasses, way better. At least you're not wearing the Virtual Boy. You didn't wear. You didn't strap yourself to the Virtual Boy. It had this weird stand, and you had to like lean into it. But like, yeah. Like, the problem with, like, the stuff is they're too expensive for most people. Even, like, if you're, like, you dumb it down, like, you scale it down to, like, the XR glasses, where now they're actually very affordable. It's just that the weight is still a bit... They're still too heavy and not convenient enough. Like, I feel like for, like, the VR and, like, the XR stuff and the AR stuff, I feel like for them to really get anywhere, we're still like 5-10 years away. We're getting very close to it, but like, they're still not convenient and lightweight enough, and for some of the things, they're not affordable enough. That like, they're not really gonna get anywhere. But yeah. I mean, it is what it is. But, like, yeah, like, the thing is, like, I remember when I got my Oculus Rift a couple years back, like, I think it was, like, 8 years ago or something. 8 or maybe 9 years ago now. I think it must have been 9, almost 10 years ago. Like, I used it a bit for, like, a month, I think. not even that regular. It was like once or twice a week for like a month. And then I would use it like once a month, and then I just stopped using it after like a year. Because it was just too much of a hassle to get it to work. Like, the amount of setup and space I would need to do, I need to clear out a lot of space. I needed to place all my things everywhere, and then plug it up, and then I was tethered or whatever. It was just too much. Like, I've tried the inside-out tracking thing, and it's nowhere near as good as the tracking of, like, the Rift CV one I have that was outside in, where the stuff is reversed. Like, if you got used to that one, like, it's still not. And the problem too is the resolution in the VR glasses, like the VR headsets or whatever. The resolution is too low because like you can see the pixels. It is very easy. And the other thing too that's also inconvenient is if you wear glasses, like I wear glasses, you're either gonna need to get custom lenses made so that you can see properly in there, because it does, like, it's the same thing with the XR glasses. You will need to get like custom lenses made so that you can actually see what you're looking at properly, right? Because of how they work and how they trick your brain into perceiving things as they are. Like, it's like even with my XR glasses where, like, technically speaking, when I put them on, it's about, like, I don't sit that far away from my monitor. Like, I'm, like, about roughly, like, an arm length away. Like, my eyes from my display. Like, my own arm length. When I put on my XR glasses, it's roughly, like, the thing I see is roughly about the same size. But, like, on parts of my monitor, like, I can see stuff without wearing my glasses. I am very nearsighted. I can still see stuff on there. But with the XR glasses, I can't really see shit. It's just a blurry mess to me. So, like, I would have to use these custom-ordered lens inserts and slap them in there. So stuff like that would have to get filtered out. I know there are some XR glasses where you can actually adjust the diopters, which is great and all. But again, those things are even like bigger and bulkier and stuff like that. And that's its own mess there. I heard, like, I think I saw something of this tech where, like, they're experimenting with a display where you can just adjust the view so you can kind of get it to work with your eyes in there. But it depends on the type of eye problem you have. Right, because, like, it won't work for everyone. Like, there's, like, a thing that you could, like, kind of emulate the stuff you would have, like, an eye doctor's place for, like, where they're evaluating your eyes, like, to, like, simulate different focal lengths and, like, rotations or whatever the other shit is. Measurements are called for the lenses or whatever. There's, like, a display, like, an experimental display that can kind of do that. I saw a video on that type of thing a couple weeks back. But, like, the kind of housing and contraption on that thing is, like, way too big and everything. And it's, like, significantly more cumbersome than any existing VR headset made in, like, the past 10 plus years, even. So, like, who knows how far off are we from that, from being a thing that's solved? But then there's also just the accessibility and cost and everything. Right, like, the stuff came out way too soon and very undercooked. But, like, yeah, like, the pixels they're too big. Like, they're right in front of your eyes. You can still see the individual pixels. So, like, it'll look like, the reality is it'll look like you're looking at stuff through a screen door, right? That's why they call it the screen door effect. Because you can see the pixels, in some cases the gaps between them. Because it's just way too close to your eyes. Like, they're not... That stuff is still a ways off. It's not so much the case I get with the XR glasses, because the way those work, it's more like I'm looking at, like, a projection screen that's popping out because of how the stuff is set up there and where the lenses are placed. compared to the VR stuff, but like, again, like for some of the content in there, resolution is not high enough. Right, and like even then, for stuff with like the XR glasses, like the highest resolution we can even get on there is still 1200p. Which, for watching a lot of content is fine. But for like playing games and stuff, resolution not high enough, honestly. And even then, that's not even considering the driving the headset or whatever, like how powerful your device needs to be to even play the game at such a resolution.
The whole time, you know, I kind of like the classic sit down on my keyboard and, you know, use my computer. Like, what? I thought that was going to be the future. Maybe it will in the near future. We're at a point where how much stronger can these consoles get before they just give up and stop making consoles? Also, is with the gaming industry, these companies are putting out these games that cost so much money to develop because of graphics.
Yep.
But you don't need good graphics for a good game. We all know this, but, you know, corporate keeps pushing for this to give us something new and innovative.
But then it
Same
feels
thing with
like
the
less like
GPUs
we're
and
seeing
computer parts,
the game and
PCs.
just looking at
Get this new
graphics.
graphics card. Well, what does it do? Oh, we use AI to generate frames, but it's a $1,000 GPU, and AI is doing most of the work. Like it doesn't feel
Yep.
real. It's artificial. There's always a new
Yep.
GPU, new this, new that. Windows 11. Why? Why do we have to upgrade to Windows 11? Isn't Windows 10 supposed to be the ultimate, like, you know, the final product, right? But now they're pushing for Windows 11 just to give you new problems. We have a fully functioning Windows 10 version. But you
Yep.
want me to upgrade to Windows 11?
Because
when
money.
10 is like, you know, where you should stop, but you keep going. That's why people get on companies like Call of Duty or an Activision for releasing Call of Duty every year. There's fatigue in this stuff. And with all these games coming out, it's so oversaturated that you don't have to play Call of Duty. You can go play Borderlands instead. You can go play Battlefield 6 instead. Why play garbage that, you know, you scoff at constantly for being a bad game? Like, oh, Call of Duty's so trash, but you still play it. Like, there's other options out there. I'm glad Call of Duty, like Black Ops 7, is getting the flack that it deserves, because they've literally been ignoring the fans and just doing their own thing, and then charging us bundles in a paid game. I mean, yeah, sure, it's coming on Game Pass, but even before that, why are you charging $60 for your new COD just to give us battle passes? After Battlefield 6 got revealed, and now a lot of people are just rooting for Battlefield 6. I'm rooting for Battlefield 6 because Call of Duty needs to be taken down. They deserve it. This year is a Battlefield year. So if you're not into shooters, look up Battlefield 6. Play Battlefield 6. If you haven't played COD in a while, hop on Battlefield 6, because I'm going to be on it. My friends are going to be on it. Everyone's going to be on it. I mean, come on. It's Battlefield 6. Did you not play the beta? That's what I'm saying. Pick your games wisely. If you're going to get new games, pick them wisely. You don't have to finish them, because you can always come back and finish them. But then think about the old games you haven't played that are in your roster of games that you haven't finished. You know, do a second playthrough of another game. At least that, maybe, you know? I've done multiple runs of Kingdom Hearts. I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix right now. I just 100% Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix. Even though it came out on Epic Store, and it wasn't on Steam until like years later, but I bought the Kingdom Hearts collection, the 1, 2, and 3, on Epic Games. Beat them with mods. It was fun. Then it came out on Steam. I'm like, I know I just beat Kingdom Hearts on Epic Games, but I want to get it on Steam now so I can play it on my Steam Deck. I got the Steam Deck OLED, by the way. That's a great experience. I'm playing Kingdom Hearts 2 on a Steam Deck OLED on the go anytime I want, and it's in full HD on a crisp. That's a fun experience to replay it for like an 8th time. I bit the bullet. It was on sale. I mean, I bought the whole collection. It was like $50 for all the Kingdom Hearts games.
That's nice.
You know, I have 1, 2, and 3 on Epic Games, but now I got all the collections and Kingdom Hearts 3, and I can mod them on Steam, which is a lot easier to do on Steam. And I can mod it on my Steam Deck and play it on the go because I got it on Steam. I can't do that with the Epic Store unless I have an internet connection. What do you guys think of the gaming industry right now? I know a lot of developers and designers and like the artists are getting replaced with AI or layoffs. I remember
Yep.
going to college to be a game developer or a designer, and I dropped out after a year. I'm glad I didn't stick out, you know, working in the gaming industry, because I probably would have been laid off. Sometimes your gut is right, but
Yep.
most cases it's wrong. That's why you have a gut. It tells you what's wrong. Don't confuse that with anxiety or whatever the case may be. Just chill, have fun, play the games you want, and don't spend too long on free-to-play live service games unless like you're streaming for 8 hours straight, or you
Yeah.
know it's the weekend and the boys are on and they want to hop on Apex Legends. Shoot, hop on with them. I mean, it's bad enough that we all got to go to jobs and we all have responsibilities and we can't hop on the game every night. Gaming is not what it used to be. So let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Let me know what you think of this video. That's pretty much all I got from here. I'm gonna put some gameplay on this and send it out. I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.
Yeah, don't. I agree though. I do agree. Spend wisely. Yup. I do agree with that video though. What's this one though? Collective Shout reveals insane plan to censor countless unethical games.
Here.
Oh boy.
So today we have another update regarding Collective Shout and their push. Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So
Okay.
today we have another update regarding Collective Shout and their push to censor more video games
Oh
they consider
boy.
problematic. As always, you can help share this video around by liking, commenting, or subscribing to make yourself an engaged viewer so your view will actually count in YouTube's new busted system. Now, this evergreen
Okay.
tweet is something I showed only a few videos ago, but it's relevant once again. Would you look at that? Because in a recent interview, a member of Collective Shout has gone fully mask off. They have made their intentions very clear in regards to fictional content featured in
Oh
video
boy.
games that they are determining whether or not they are appropriate for gamers. They said they don't care if the content is legal or not. They are going to be the arbiters of truth, and they alone will decide if something should exist or not. And also on top of that,
Oh
when it comes to
boy.
the consequences of those games and their removal, they don't care what happens to the player experience, and they don't care what happens to the developers financially. This tweet is relevant again. They care more about fictional content. They're treating fictional characters like real people and treating real people like fictional characters, and they're mad at you for knowing the difference. So, quick rundown of Collective Shout in case you've missed the previous episodes of this long saga here. Collective Shout, a small group of feminists in Australia. They have been snipping at the ankles of many different developers for years with no success, but about 2 months ago, they switched up their strategy and now are going after payment processors like Visa and MasterCard and putting pressure on them to force platforms like Steam to remove their games. This has been very successful, resulting in thousands of games
Yep.
being banned or in some way censored. Now, we've seen a lot of backlash to this movement, rightfully so, from gamers, and they have played the victim. Collective Shout has even gotten the support of the United Nations, who said this is the most serious form of online violence against women human rights defenders have seen in a long time. And you can see from this LinkedIn post, you have their supporters saying, "I've been standing up to these cowards who clearly need their local police to check their hard drives. No one should want that content, and those that do need to be dealt with appropriately. Anyone who thinks it is mere censorship is definitely someone needing consequences." So yes, we're seeing this over and over again. Even members of Collective Shout vaguely threatening legal action against people.
Oh boy.
They are trying to silence and even put people in jail at this point.
Yep.
So what we have
Not
today
surprised.
is an interview from Jack Connor over at Tweaktown, and he interviewed
They
a
don't
member
care.
of Collective Shout and really just asked the flat out
They don't
important
care.
questions and got
Do
surprising
you think they
answers.
care?
I think even he was surprised at their honesty, their foolish honesty, be it at that. But anyways, they interviewed Caitlin Roper, the campaigns manager at Collective Shout, and this is just
What's
the
the new
intro
drama?
to
Well,
the
we're looking
article,
at it
and
right
we're just
now.
going through what Collective Shout does. We already know that, but this is the individual
Collective
that they
Shout,
are
they really want to
interviewing,
censor
a
stuff even
feminist
further again.
activist, who's obviously, like I said, the campaigns manager at Collective Shout, not just the manager, but also an active member as well. And they've been trying very hard to push the goals of Collective Shout, and here's some of the really key answers they gave to Jack. So here's one question, straight to the point. What types of depictions of women in games do you believe are most harmful and how? And she says, the global research has consistently found that depicting women as sexual objects, as things existing for someone else's arousal, is harmful and contributes to negative impacts I outlined earlier. But here, the games we objected to went much further than sexist and objectifying representations of women. They glorify men's violence against women, portraying women as desiring and deserving of this abuse. They depicted extreme violence and torture of women. I've been working in this space for 15 years, and I've encountered some pretty extreme material, and what I came across here was some of the worst I had ever come across.
I
Now,
hope
you can see the
they actually
vague
do go
language
through
talking
with it,
about
man.
material, this and that. They're talking about video games.
Get
They're not
fucking
talking about
Collective
any
Shout
content
destroyed,
featuring real women.
please.
They are talking about video games. They're talking about fictional content here, and they're trying to make this statement that global research has found this link, but they're not clarifying whether this is about fictional content or not, because I think they'd be very hard-pressed to find any support for those claims. So that's why they're being intentionally vague. Now, keep in mind, they're talking about this harmful content, creating these dangerous depictions of women and girls. They are a cutie supporter. As an organization, they collectively supports cuties. In case you don't know, the Netflix film from a few years ago where it was about real girls around the ages of 11 and 12 doing a twerking competition. In fact, hundreds of young girls went through the audition process for this film, exploiting all of them. But they support the existence of that film, but are upset about certain depictions in fictional content. Just making that abundantly clear. And also they say, you know, this extreme content, this is the same group that tried to get Detroit Become Human banned as well, and also have been responsible for getting horror games banned. So it goes way beyond what they're describing in a very vague sense. But here's another question. Are the concerns with video game content about the legality of the content, or are they primarily ethical/moral concerns? Now, I think we all had a strong feeling of what their answer was going to be here, but they make it very clear. So they talk about the problematic games they found will likely be illegal in Australia. Those were reported to the Australian Classifications Board, were geo-blocked because they had illegal and were being sold, or they were illegal and they were being sold illegally. The campaign calling on payment processors to stop processing payments on platforms hosting this content was also a call for them to enforce their own existing terms and conditions, which is very misleading because when Steam was targeted, for example, they added a rule that said now the content has to comply with payment processors. So they had to literally create a new rule on their platform because of the outrage coming from groups like Collective Shout. So they're being very misleading once again. But here's where they get it really, really clear. They say, however, regardless of the law, we say that again, regardless of the law, the harms of glorifying violence against women and children are well established. And we would argue that any company acting ethically would not host or profit from this content. So all they have is an emotion-based plea, a demand based on what they deem ethical decision-making. That's what they're drawing all this from. It's not about legality. They probably found cases like they mentioned here with content being illegal in Australia, but Australia has crazy laws about fictional content in particular. In fact, most anime and anything with adult content from anime is on paper banned in Australia. In fact, they have banned adult content featuring real adult women if they look young, which is a crazy thing that happened a few years ago. Literally like the face of consent, like you can be a full-grown adult, but if you look young, however they define that, they would consider that content illegal in Australia. So they're using the very, very draconian laws that involve censorship in Australia to basically be the entire global basis for legality, which, you know, what's stopping someone living in a Middle Eastern country from applying their law to people like Collective Shout? And whether or not they would have a say in any of this stuff. Like, it wouldn't really work out too well for them. But they make it clear it's not about the law. They just want to decide what is ethical, what's not ethical, and they're going to be the arbiters of truth in that regard. And it's all very, very transparent, and that's how we end up with members of Collective Shout trying to frame characters like Annie, the new grok system on Twitter, as childlike or something that should be banned because they look at a busty, curvy anime girl and they start thinking about children being abused. And now you have to suffer because of their delusions and projection. But that's what we're working with here. Some very unhinged people, but they continue on. So Jack asks, do you believe that people who engage with sexual content Collective Shout has advocated against are more likely to participate in it in real life? It's a pretty loaded question, but they say, based on the response to our campaign, men engaging in criminal threats to assault us, dox us, creating and distributing illegal image-based abuse content, sending us violent adult content and illegal CSAM. It is clear many of the men defending their R-word games perpetuate crimes of violence against women because they are doing it to us right now.
What?
They are comparing what's happening in video games to their experience of getting targeted online. And we'll talk about these certain threats they're claiming they're receiving in just a second, but they continue on saying these men make it clear that these misogynistic attitudes required to engage in and defend R-word games are not limited to fiction and video games, but that they
fucking
will
weirdos there, man.
abuse against actual women in the world. So they're using a sample size of Twitter users who are saying bad things to them as a entire representation of the male gender, and also saying, well, we have to punish all of you. Do you see how reaching that is? On top of that, two very key things. There are women who are very vocal against Collective Shout. They ignore that that's happening, but also, if anyone is consuming fictional content and then it's affecting them in real life, they have a mental illness. And we should not punish regular people who can separate fiction from reality for the actions of those who cannot.
Well, let's be real. We're talking about, if this is how they see it in Collective Shout, let's be real, all of them are fucking retarded. If that's really how they see it, they're all mentally ill. All of them. Every single last one of them is mentally ill.
Should not be catered to when it comes to legally available fictional content. On top of that, there's been a lot of claims that Caitlyn in particular, the one that's being interviewed here, has been faking their own harassment. There was multiple burner accounts that they used as examples of them being harassed, accounts with 0 followers, and just freshly created in the month of August during all this, and also based geographically in Australia. It seems like a lot of coincidences, and also the messages just seem so ridiculous that, yeah, some people have suspected that the harassment they're using to now punish all men is based on things they're creating themselves. That's the theory some people have. Here's another question, Sam. What would you say to those who have described this campaign and its impact as censorship? Now we're getting into a really crazy territory. So they say nobody has a human right to simulate and enact fantasies of assault and extreme violence against women. Not being able to access these R-word games from popular gaming platforms is a minor inconvenience, not a violation of a person's rights. Payment processors get to determine if they do not want to host the legal content, including all of that stuff right there, which they had already determined. And so they should. I would ask those who view the loss of their R-word games as censorship to consider if they are concerned with women's basic human rights and the glorification of male violence against women. So
all I can say is everything that gets hit by their stuff, they should throw as many lawsuits at all of these members there as they can and really screw them over. Fuck them over, man. You gotta fight back against them if they can.
So again, they're trying to be intentionally vague here, mixing up fictional content with real life abuse, and they're trying to make connections that they can't really prove. On top of that, they are trying to police fantasy. So now, even if you have this fantasy, you're doing something wrong. If you have fantasies of anything dark or taboo, apparently they can do whatever they want to you because they determine whatever that is inappropriate and hurting people in their minds. So therefore, the payment processors can start determining whether or not this content should be allowed. And again, the way they describe what the payment processors are determining whether or not they want to host, they're talking about things in a way that seems like they're talking about real people being featured. When we're talking about legally available fictional content, video games.
I guess that means they want the child abuse, right? They had child abuse that you had to get in the way and stop. Meaning they actually support child abuse. Because they don't like they don't like that you had to stop it, right? Right? Part of the game has you stop it. So that means they actually want the child abuse. Right? Surely they're actually secretly pro-child abuse. They're just hiding it. Right? Think about it. Big brain.
That they are now using their own country standards or their own ethics in some cases to say should not be allowed. But anyways, let's go to the next question related to that, saying how do you distinguish between sexual content that is
it's all about control and power, yeah, and they don't care about anything, exactly.
Is to content that glorified violence against women and children. As I reviewed the content tagged with these certain themes on Steam, I did not come across any that was intended as casual violence, but this is a common trope that women want to enjoy that stuff, when in reality the violence is deeply harmful. And then they say, critics argue this removes...
You know, I wonder how they would feel if they met the author of things like what was it, like that healer one, redo of the healer. You know what? They should meet the woman who wrote redo of healer. I wonder how they would feel then. Right? Imagine. You got shit like redo of healer, and who wrote redo of healer? Oh, it's a woman. A woman made that series that depicts all the things that they don't like. Right, that's a fun fact if you didn't know. And then the demographics of the people who read that series. What about those? There are some people that like it, you know? That are into that. What about those people? It's just like... like, bruh. I guess they don't exist. Like, you'd be surprised all the weird shit, man. At the same time, it's also extremely sexist because they're only going in one direction. What about the other? Because there's a lot of things where you have all of these actions happening in the opposite direction too. And all the crazy stuff there in the opposite direction as well. That stuff exists as well. Hey, what about that? And they're like, nah, that shit don't matter to them. They don't care.
Moves agency from women creating or consuming adult content. How do you reconcile protection with freedom of choice? And the collective shout employee says, there is no greater removal of a women's agency than R-wording. Media that glorifies violence against women harms all women regardless of whether a few women participate in its creation or consumption. It seems like right here they're completely misleading the point here. They're not talking about someone being victimized in real life. Again, this is in reference to these consensual fantasies featured in video games. And they're also saying if women participate in the creation of this, they're also wrong as well, and they don't get a say in what they get to do, which is pretty ironic when we're talking about a loss of agency here. When you think about, you know, that well-known fact that when it comes to hentai, for example, in Japan, the majority of artists are women. That is a fact. So you're basically saying anything that gets produced out of that features anything taboo or extreme in fictional settings, oh, well, they don't count because these women, they're siding with these men who are just wrong. It's a really big reach, to say the least. And again, roll it back here. They're saying that this media just cannot exist. But then they defend cuties featuring real children being exploited. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. But next question. What would you say to the thousands of developers who worked on these games that are currently legal and have suffered financial damages due to their game now being removed? And they say, really just in the highlight parts, all you need to know, we are not responsible for or privy to the platform's processes, and we stand by our call to payment processors not to process payments on platforms knowingly hosting and profiting from R-word games. Now, we're, again, talking about fictional content that's legal in most places, but we're also talking about games that they have banned that include horror games. They have facilitated the ban of games that don't even feature the thing that they're using as the only justification to go in there. What are we talking about here? It is such a blatant deflection of what's actually going on here, and they're trying to gaslight you into thinking this is all about something featuring extreme content, and again, just very vague language, and that is on purpose. They care more about protecting fictional characters than they do, not just for the experience of gamers, but for the developers making them. They don't care if they lose money, if they have financial hardships, because they decided their game shouldn't be allowed ethically.
Yep.
Do you not see the crazy dichotomy here? They care more about fictional characters than real
Yep,
people.
it's always
as long as it
existed, man.
serves their narrative and their beliefs.
Exactly.
That's why Collective Shout and groups like them are so
The stuff has always
dangerous.
existed.
They can't just look at something they don't like in fiction and say, that's not for me. I find it disgusting, whatever. But I'm just gonna ignore it. No, they dig into the bowels of places like Steam, trying to find anything that upsets them morally, and they don't just look away. They look right at it and say, that has to go. Nobody should be able to have that. That's the issue here. That's why people are so strongly against Collective Shout. They should not be the arbiters of truth in what's allowed and what's ethical or legal or what have you. And there's another question, this time shifting it to violent video games. So they say violent content games where players massacre people is sold without issue, but sexual content is being targeted. What do you think about sexuality, particularly involving women, draws more scrutiny than violence? And they say, I'm not sure that I agree that violent content is sold without issue. It most certainly is at this point. There's been a lot of attempts to get rid of violent content. They have failed. They were something that were laughed at, or at least in hindsight, movements that are now laughed at, like Jack Thompson, for example, trying to get GTA banned. We look back now and think that guy's an absolute clown. But anyways, they say there has been a discussion about violence in media and video games and a connection to real-world violence. However, Collective Shout's work focuses on sexual objectification, exploitation of women and girls, and how media, advertising, and popular culture can contribute to this, normalize, justify, or even trivialize it. The reality is that an alarming number of women and girls experience violence and abuse by men, and this is the cultural context in which this violence occurs, a culture that routinely portrays women as sexualized, objectified bodies for men's use in entertainment, and which normalizes, excuses, and glorifies.
And what about the opposite of that? Because that also happens. I may or may not read some stuff where the opposite of this stuff happens as well. It's funny how, like, they get mad when it's in this direction, but then, like, when it's in the opposite direction where the exact same shit is happening, they don't give a fuck. Because I know some stuff where this stuff happens, but it's in reverse, and I've read a couple of things like that, and that's its own other thing. But it is a thing. It is funny. The hypocrisy there. Yep. Oh, and then like the thing is, all the stuff in there being objectified and stuff like that. There are series out there where the exact opposite happens too. There's a bunch of them actually, and I've read a couple of them. Part of it because I find it hilarious to see everything in reverse, but there's other things there too. It's funny though, like, 'cause like they do exist. I won't mention what they are. If you're curious, you can probably find it on your own. But yeah, they are a thing.
Glorifies, yeah. So again, they're focusing on the mentally ill people who see something in media and fiction and go, oh, that means I can do that in real life. They are mentally ill. We're not going to cater to people like that who can't separate fiction from reality. But they ask another question saying, if advocating for the removal of these games is based on grounds that they are illegal, would you and Collective Shout agree that the removal of games depicting murder and any other illegal activities? And they say, again, our work focuses on combating sexual objectification. They basically say that, well, we're focusing on our little corner here of concerns, but it's a good point that they raised in the question. Like, if you are worried about abuse, violence of any form being replicated in real life based on fantasies depicted in video games, why are you stopping at one point but not extending it to violence in general? Like, if there's a game you can go around harming women in a non-sexual way, just physically hurting them, explain to me why that harm is not something of their concern. It's weird. It seems like they're afraid to go after big targets, especially now. I mean, they have a very good time bullying a bunch of small indie developers who might be a one-man team, but will they be able to succeed over the big giants of the industry, particularly ones that have violent content? I think that's why they're holding their punches on that. But there'll be some follow-up saying, if not, how does Collective Shout distinguish between which crimes are acceptable to include in publicly accessible media and which aren't? They say, please refer to previous answers. Should payment processors like Visa and MasterCard be capable of drawing a line between what transactions are approved and what are blocked, even if the content of that transaction is technically legal? Should the same standards apply to films, comics, or books depicting similar themes? And they say again, please refer to previous answers that do not actually give any sort of an answer on the topic of violence
the typical
in video games,
non-answer,
or the fact that payment processors, should these standards be applied to everything? Because I guarantee a lot of books that are being sold in stores that target women, for example. I'm sure they have a lot of very dark.
There are a lot of them. Yes, there are.
Themes. Like it's kind of a meme at this point, but yeah, go to like Barnes and Noble and like go to like the women's fantasy section, right? And it's gonna have a lot of dark themes that Collective Shout would normally care about, but I guarantee they will never cross into that realm for reasons that are very obvious. But for now, that's gonna do. It's gonna do it for this update on Collective Shout. I know it's a little bit of a long one, but yeah, it was a pretty interesting interview. They've gone mask off. They can't separate fiction from reality, and they're gonna punish you for knowing the difference. But anyways, that's gonna do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Alright. That one was a crazy one. There's like stuff on the Pal World stuff, we can look at that after as well. But what did you guys send me? We'll do that stuff first. Let's see more of what you guys sent me. Japan trials new drug that regrows human teeth, ending dentures and implants forever? Well, if they can get this working and they do it, if this works, this could be huge. Hopefully everything with that one works well. That one sounds nice for people who need that. Very good. Alright, what's this one? Let's see, where do we need to go? Hoyoverse latest title monster raising auto chess style game, Honkai Nexus Anima, has officially been announced. An IP consultant claims that Hoyoverse game infringes on Nintendo's mount patent from Palworld lawsuit. I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. That'll be interesting to see what happens if anything goes there. Okay, let's see this. The most infamous TV hijinks in history. Oh boy.
My biggest wedding day fear is my wedding dress not fitting. All right, y'all better be ready.
Okay.
Be still right now. Don't breathe. I need you to hold.
So these are the first two dates for the diary. 10:20 Friday night and live 3:40 Saturday afternoon.
Fear storms to your weekend plans.
Did they get it?
Authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are
They got an Amber Alert, but it didn't show the alert on the screen. Yeah.
rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous. I repeat, civil authorities in your area have reported...
Showing you this in the year 2025, you immediately just think of ARGs and analog horror projects like Local 58 or the likes of Arcadia. There's even an entire genre known as EAS scenarios, emergency alert systems for fictional situations, meant to mimic the real way emergencies are broadcasted on air. This TV broadcast talking about zombies, though, is not one of those cases. In fact, this was well before the analog horror and ARG craze of the internet, back in 2013. Over the course of that year, 5 different TV stations across America, in Montana, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Michigan, were hijacked, each with a similar message about the dead rising and attacking the living, all taking place on the same day, February 11th, 2013. The first of these took place on a local CBS affiliated station, KRTV, located in Great Falls, Montana. It was broadcasting an episode of The Steve Wilkos Show, at the time about 2:30 p.m. MST, when it was abruptly interrupted by the unmistakable and ear-piercing noise of an emergency alert alarm, followed by the message, "Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living." This was just the first of many, however. At around 3:50...
That is a hilarious prank. I wonder how many people were freaking out and going crazy over it.
5 p.m., 3 other stations were hijacked. WKT-BTDT in La Crosse, Wisconsin, and WBUP and WNMU in Marquette, Michigan, playing the same zombie message. The final incident would occur on station KENW, located in Portales, New Mexico.
The guy's voice is slow. I'm gonna speed him up a little bit. Yeah, 1.25 speed.
At 5:35 p.m. MST.
Okay, now it sounds
the same
normal.
false emergency alarm and message about zombies. Swiftly, law enforcement and the stations themselves made it clear the messages were in fact hijackings and hoaxes, and immediately began an investigation into the incidents. It was quickly discovered that the audio used in the messages came from a YouTube video from 2008 titled Zombie Emergency Alert System Warning, EAS.
This warning applies to all areas receiving this broadcast. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. to get updated information in the event that you are separated from your television or if electrical service is interrupted. Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. This station will now cease transmission, so please use your battery-powered radio. Tune in to 9:20 a.m. for further information.
That still didn't explain who had done this or why. Going into the comments, we can see they claim to have made this video as a joke for Halloween and were in no way responsible for the actual hijackings. And they also point out, interestingly enough, that the band Anthrax sampled the audio for their track, Fight 'Em Till You Can't. In terms of how it was suspected the perpetrators were actually able to hijack multiple stations on the same day around the same time, was actually not that complicated and didn't require the individuals to be hackers or experienced in television networks or broadcasting at all, as their theory was that they simply tried as many stations as they could using the default passwords found in manuals for emergency alert equipment. It was as simple as that. This meant they were nowhere close to finding out who was responsible, and like a lot of other TV hijacking incidents, they never did.
That's crazy.
Following this, though, the FCC and FEMA did their best to educate networks about the importance of cybersecurity and updated them on other loopholes and known vulnerabilities and exploits that could have been used to gain access to the systems. Strangely enough, though, in February of 2017, a radio station was hijacked in Randolph County, Indiana, called WZZY, which played the same message, although it's unclear if the same individuals were involved or if this was just a copycat prankster. Either way, these are definitely some of the most prolific and interesting TV hijackings to have taken place in recent memory.
Yep, they're definitely
Another infamous broadcast intrusion occurred back in 1987 on September 6th. The Playboy Channel was airing the movie Three Daughters from 1949, when suddenly, without warning, a text-only message was displayed reading, "Thus saith the Lord thy God, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." A quote from the Bible verses Matthew 4:17 and Exodus 28. The incident was likely never recorded, as no footage is known to exist, with the only proof of it really happening being this alleged screenshot of the message in question, as well as the subsequent investigation into the interference, which led to the arrest of an employee of the Christian Broadcasting Network by the name of Thomas Haney, who denied any involvement in the hijacking. Investigators were somehow able to piece together what kind of transmitter was used in the hijacking, which led them to the same one found with the Christian Broadcasting Network, headquartered in Virginia Beach, Virginia. From here, it didn't take them long to locate their suspect, who had previously been acquitted of another charge involving television broadcast hijacking, and was also on the scene at the time of the jamming, conducting his job as an uplink engineer, seemingly with the available means to perform the intrusion. Still, both the prosecution and defense were unable to recreate the type of hijacking that had been pulled off with the CBN equipment. Regardless, Thomas Haney was found guilty on 2 charges related to the broadcast intrusion. He received 3 years probation, 150 hours of community service, and a $1,000 fine. Following this, he still proclaimed his innocence. The year prior to this would be one of the most important TV hijacking events in American history, as it would become one of the most well-known and likely inspired those who came after, including not only the Playboy religious message, but also the infamous Max Headroom incident, both of which would occur only a year after the Captain Midnight broadcast intrusion.
Criminal Division is looking into a weekend incident in which someone suddenly interrupted a home box office movie on cable. It may have been a sophisticated prank, but as ABC's Bill Blakemore reports, nobody is laughing.
Despite the mysterious name, this case is actually quite innocuous and kind of hilarious actually. On April 27th, 1986, at 12:32 a.m. EST, during an airing of spy thriller The Falcon and the Snowman on HBO, the signal was hijacked and replaced with a simple message, which was left for at least 5 minutes before being taken off the air, which simply read, "Good evening HBO, from Captain Midnight, $12.95 a month? No way. Showtime/Movie Channel, beware."
Okay, then that is something.
Definitely an interesting way to protest a channel price hike, but I can't exactly say I blame the guy either. If you plug these numbers into an inflation calculator, you're looking at more like $32 a month. But then again, nowadays the HBO Max premium subscription is $20.99 a month, so really not that far off.
Damn.
And if you bundle it with Hulu and Disney Plus, then you are actually looking at like $30. Although this $12.95 figure actually reflects the price that Dish owners would pay compared to cable, which at the time was the more affordable option. It seems this man also felt the same way about the pricing of other networks, threatening both Showtime and the Movie Channel in the message as well. It wouldn't be long though until Captain Midnight would be identified. Unfortunately for John R. McDougal, he had been bragging about the hijacking and was overheard by a man who reported it to the authorities, which led them to a man in Ocala, Florida, who operated as a master control operator at a satellite telecommunications port, and certainly had the means and technological background to perform the intrusion. McDougal admitted to the crime, saying he did it because he was upset at HBO for raising their prices, not because of personal consumption, but because it was hurting his primary business of selling satellite dishes, with his other job as a telecommunications operator being merely a second job to make ends meet because his business wasn't performing well. McDougal pled guilty to transmitting without a radio license, and was given a year of probation as well as a $5,000 fine. Since this was one of the first major cases involving a broadcast intrusion like this in the United States, it resulted in a revision to the United States Criminal Code, which made satellite jamming from this point on a felony. Still, that wouldn't exactly deter would-be TV pirates, and in fact, only emboldened them, showing that it was possible, they just had to be more careful. Captain Midnight likely wouldn't have been identified either if he just kept his mouth shut. And if he was just one guy, think of what a competent group of engineers or hackers could do. And that brings us to the Max Headroom incident. Of course, everyone saw this coming. No list of TV hijackings would be complete without it, even though everyone on the internet at this point has likely heard of it, especially if you've been following this channel for a while, as I did an entire deep dive into just this one incident, which can be found here. I won't go too depth into this one, as many people have already heard it, obviously, and it's kind of been done to death at this point. But for those unaware, 2 incidents took place on the night of November 22nd, 1987, on 2 different Chicago TV stations, WGN-TV and WTTW. The first of which took place at about 9 p.m., when a newscast covering sports was interrupted by the unidentified man in the Max Headroom mask, which was only displayed for less than 30 seconds, before cutting back to a confused newscaster.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. Actually, the computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're going to do is start over from the top of the Bears and tell you once again about the 30-10 victory they had over Detroit today out at Soldier Field.
This is the lesser-known incident, as the only sound audible during this brief interruption was a piercing buzzing noise. The second incident is what would make this signal hijacking the most infamous in history, and still one of the great television mysteries, yet to be solved. About 2 hours later, an episode of Doctor Who was airing on WTTW, which was hijacked by the pirates, And with no one available at the transmitter tower able to stop them, this interruption went on for about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay.
And while the audio and visuals are distorted, the man in the Max Headroom mask is able to speak to the camera and the audience, although it's hard to make sense of what he's saying, and at the best of times hard to articulate what he's even trying to convey here, referencing New Coke's slogan advertised by the real Max Headroom, as well as humming the song of the TV series Clutch Cargo, making references to a sportscaster known as Chuck Swirsky, and the network WGN, which he called World's Greatest Newspaper Nerds, before being slapped by a person with a fly swatter. Despite a criminal investigation conducted by the FCC and internal investigations done by the local TV stations involved, no one was ever identified in connection to these pirate broadcasts, leaving it an infamous incident with speculation over who committed the hijackings going back decades. Many suspects have been presented over the years, some of which I detailed in my deep dive video, but no one has ever been conclusively linked to the intrusion and the making of these strange broadcasts. Another more recent event is the 2007 Playhouse Disney incident. In the Middletown area of New Jersey, on May 2nd, 2007, Comcast was broadcasting an episode of Handy Manny, a popular children's series about a handyman who fixes things around town with the help of his talking tools. Most notably, the show was made for very young audiences, being made primarily for preschoolers, and thus was being shown on the Disney Playhouse programming block, aimed at an audience demographic of 2 to 7 years of age, before being renamed Disney Junior in 2011. This context makes it all the more strange and unsettling when you learn that during one of their broadcasts of Handy Manny on this specific date, at approximately 9:30 a.m., the signal was hijacked and replaced with corn. You know what I'm talking about. This had been seen by at least a few children that morning before being taken down, as evidenced by one father who gave an interview on the broadcast and found his young son exposed to the material. Comcast began an immediate investigation into what caused the intrusion and were able to piece together that it took place at one of their local facilities, and did not say that it was a typical broadcast hijacking, but rather claimed it was signal bleed from adult content from another Comcast network, and claimed responsibility for the accident. But was it really all an accident, or was someone behind the incident that was never caught? It's hard to say for certain, but with what happened on Disney Junior only a few years later, you may be led to believe that the culprit is still out there. Because on the newly branded Disney Junior block, on September 7, 2012, the 2002 animated Disney classic Lilo and Stitch was airing before the signal was hijacked, and in its place was another corn film shown on the network for 6 minutes.
Man. On a kids channel of all places that got hit.
Incident is lost media. This one actually has one clip which exists online, although it seems this incident is less known and even more mysterious. The video was recorded by a mother who witnessed her children viewing this adult content on Disney Junior. She said of the incident, quote, "It's a woman on top of a man, full penetration. This is not something that's on HBO. This is like pay-per-view. I'm astonished that this is on here." This all occurred on Dish Network, who claimed that they were investigating the incident and had strong and operational controls in place, such as content encryption, to ensure something like this doesn't happen. Nothing, as far as I could tell, came of the investigation, but it seems in both instances the hijacking was done deliberately by a malicious third party, likely someone who worked closely in broadcasting, or they could just both be grave errors, although I find it a bit unlikely given the amount of cases there are like this. The footage shown is never something innocuous, it's usually just corn, as is the case with another infamous signal intrusion. Taking place much earlier at a much more publicized event was the WMGT-TV hijacking, which occurred during live broadcast footage of the first game of the World Series in 1988, the championship of Major League Baseball between the Oakland Athletics and Los Angeles Dodgers on October 15th, 1988. For about 10 seconds during the second inning, the footage of the game was replaced by a black and white corn film before returning to the game. This hijacking, because of it taking place during such a publicized and viewed event, made headlines, and a short investigation of the incident followed suit. According to the station manager, it was all a mistake, done by a technician who remains unidentified but was fired following the incident, claiming they had accidentally used the wrong switch on the master control panel, cutting to a signal containing pornographic material. Although since this seems to be a common prank among people working closely with TV stations, it's also very possible that it wasn't an accident, and rather a deliberate hijacking by the same technician who was fired, although no charges ended up being filed, and the case was quickly shut. Back in 1985, before even the infamous Captain Midnight or Max Headroom incidents, there was a hijacking that took place in Poland, and is just one of the many politically motivated TV hijackings which have occurred around the world. This one being so early is simply one of the most notable incidents. Government programs airing in the town of Torun in Poland, including a broadcast of an episode of the police procedural series 07 Come In, were hijacked by a group supporting the Solidarity Movement, also called the Independent Self-Governing Trade Union, with messages directed towards the people superimposed in, such as, quote, enough price increases, lies, and repressions, as well as, it is our duty to boycott the election, in reference to the 1985 Polish parliamentary election, which was going to be held just about a month
Of course it would, but it'd be hilarious.
from then, on October 13th,
Of course it would
1985.
still be illegal,
The
doesn't
perpetrators
matter the
behind these
content.
messages were eventually identified as four
But it'd be
astronomers at the University of
hilarious.
Tarun, where they used an
That's
8-bit
the
home computer
point.
system known as the ZX Spectrum alongside a transmitter to put the messages
The
over the
point is
broadcast.
it'd be hilarious.
Due to the high-profile nature of the case, as well as the good reputation of the men in the scientific community, as well as academia, they were only given sentences involving probation and a small fine. The same cannot be said, however, of the next group of hijackers. Falun Gong is a religious movement founded pretty recently in China in the 1990s by their leader, Li Hongzhi. Critics describe it as a cult with controversial beliefs, such as having anti-evolutionary views and doubting the efficacy of modern medicine, as well as rejecting many modern Western social beliefs, opposing feminism and homosexuality. However, the group has also been the subject of persecution in China, involving conversion therapies, covered-up deaths, and even, allegedly, organ harvesting. Most people have heard of the 1989 Tiananmen Square protest and subsequent massacre, but less well known is the 2001 Tiananmen Square self-immolation incident, which occurred on Chinese New Year's Eve, January 23, 2001. Following the ban of the religious movement and the subsequent persecution by the Chinese government, 5 people that have been claimed to be members of the movement lit themselves on fire to ostensibly protest this treatment of their group, although information on this event remains quite vague and muddied, with people claiming that the people were not actually members of the group or that the event was staged, given this kind of self-harm and violence is not permitted within the group. Either way, it seems the Chinese government took this as an example of their group being violent and only pushed harder on their campaign against them. To correct any misunderstandings about this incident, a group within the Falun Gong on February 16, 2002 hijacked TV stations in Anshan, China, and later on in March, additional TV stations in neighboring cities to spread word of their persecution by the government. Later that year, 15 people were arrested in connection to the hijackings, following one final transmission intrusion occurring on September 9th, which targeted national satellite TV. Convicted members were given sentences of up to 20 years in prison for their part in the hijackings. Before this, however, before even Captain Midnight, Max Headroom, even before the TV Solidarity incident, one of the most mysterious and strange broadcast intrusions ever recorded would occur back in November of 1977. During a news summary presented by Andrew Gardner on the evening of November 26th at 5:10 p.m., the audio of the broadcast was replaced following a strange buzzing noise, leaving about 6 minutes of audio behind of a person claiming to be an alien named Vrilon from the Ashtar Galactic Federation, warning of a new age of Aquarius, a great awakening, whatever that is supposed to mean. The broadcast was obviously denounced as a hoax, with Southern Television immediately looking into who committed the intrusion and by what means. It became clear that while it would take significant knowledge of how transmitters worked, it would be a simple task for someone who knows what they were doing, given how open their transmitter was to intrusions, as they used a rebroadcasting receiver which could be easily overpowered. Still, years, even decades later, no one was ever identified officially in connection with the broadcast hijacking, and we're left to wonder who was truly responsible and why they did it in the first place. That wasn't until the podcast series known as The Interruption was created, documenting the history behind the infamous 1977 incident, as well as the subsequent investigation, and eventually a suspect potentially behind the hijacking in the voice of Rilon being revealed, known as Gadget Guru, a former pirate radio broadcaster himself, who sounds very similar to the voice of Rilon and claims to have been responsible for the hoax, even giving an interview about it on the podcast, although this is obviously just a pseudonym, and their true identity still remains unknown.
Well, that was something. Alright, Let's see this one. They ported Morrowind to Elden Ring. Why?
Hello there, guys,
But okay.
and welcome to Morrowind. Or,
Sure.
well, Satanin to be more specific. Please ignore the big pink markers as well. It's a debug thing. So let's take a little jaunt over to Balmora while I explain what I've been working on for the past few months. So yeah, this is an actual real mod that I've been putting together for quite a while now. I'll get into the technical details of it a little bit later, but the gist of this is Morrowind running in the Elden Ring engine. This project is not finished yet, but I'd wager it's just about halfway done at this point, though that can be kind of difficult to gauge with a project of this scale. I've actually had this mod in the background for quite a while now. I was originally targeting the Dark Souls 1 engine, but found that it could not handle how dense the Morrowind mainland was. We then ported this project to Dark Souls 3, where it just barely fit within the world loading restrictions. Because of that, I can actually show you a side-by-side of what Morrowind looks like in both the Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 engine. Moving the project to Elden Ring was actually a very recent move as well. The community tools for modding Elden Ring have advanced a lot in the past few years, and well, Elden Ring is just a better game than Dark Souls 3. And here we are in the beautiful city of Balmora. For the rest of this video, I'm going to break this down into like a Q&A style section, as I think that would be the best way to talk about this project.
Alright, hi,
so
Grell.
here we go.
Welcome.
Morrowind is one of my favorite games of all time.
Okay.
But god damn, is it dated.
Yep. I mean, it's an old game. Of course it's dated.
So my goal here is to try and combine the world and lore of Morrowind with the combat of a Souls game. Basically just taking the best parts of both and slapping them together into a common fruit and scrib jelly sandwich. It also just seemed like an interesting project to work on. When I started fiddling with this idea, I wasn't sure if it was even feasible to complete. But the further I got into it, the more possible it started to look. Until eventually I just decided, why not? Let's just go for it. I think it's possible.
Does this video have a real USB sponsor?
Well, by golly, it sure does. Today's video is sponsored by Boot.dev. And what a fitting sponsor as well, considering this project is just a mountain of bad coding practices. And hey, would you look at that? Boot.dev even teaches Python, which makes up a whopping 3% of this project. And the best part about that is I don't even know Python. I'm just raw dogging some code needed to generate dialogue state machines. So let's fix that. With Boot.dev, picking up a new programming language is both fun and easy. Their lessons keep you engaged and motivated by constantly having you solve actual coding problems that you would run into in the real world. Like this absolutely deranged function I wrote. Someone should fix that. Not me though, I live and die by shitty bubble sorts. Boot.dev even has an AI wizard bear that can help you on your lessons if you get stuck. And with hundreds of lessons across dozens of subjects, that is sure to come in handy at some point. And not to mention that Boot.dev has a huge Discord community, so if you want to talk to a real person about something, that's a great place to do it. And last but not least, if you aren't satisfied with Boot.dev, they have a 30-day no questions asked refund policy. So you've got nothing to lose and everything to learn. So if you've ever wanted to learn how to code, why not give it a shot and join Boot.dev today, using the promo code Inferno Plus at checkout to get 25% off your first year. Ad over.
How much is done?
World generation is basically finished. The best way to demonstrate this is to climb to the top of Red Mountain and just look out over the entirety of Morrowind. It's all there, but that really only shows that it's finished on a more macro scale. I'd like to point out some of the smaller details as well. Each region of the map actually has distinct weather and lighting data. For example, the Ashlands are gray and overcast, while the Bitter Coast is a more colorful, swampy area that tends to get a bit more rain. And of course, the Red Mountain area is just covered in blight storms. I've also modernized the water for Morrowind, which was insanely complicated, but the results are wonderful. And this extends beyond just water. Since this is a From Software game, I was obligated to convert Morrowind's regular old swamps into poison swamps. I like to call this Poisonous Swamp Manifest Destiny. The lava was also regenerated, and it looks a lot nicer. Another thing that is mostly finished is lighting and world effects. Currently the lighting looks a little bit blown out as I am just converting the data 1-to-1, which is technically correct, but No. It absolutely needs some processing done on it that I just haven't looked into yet. World emitters are pretty much in the same boat as they are effectively half finished. Each individual type of world emitter has to be remapped into an Elden Ring FXR. Most of these are really straightforward. Candles are remapped to candles, fire is remapped to fire, blue candle is remapped to candle that I tinted blue. There are a couple I haven't messed with yet though, like steam vents. The systems I've built are absolutely able to handle it, I just haven't spent the time organizing all that data yet. Interiors are also mostly finished as they use nearly identical code to the overworld generation. There is a goofy issue with load doors right now that I thought I'd share. It seems that when Morrowind teleports a player through a load door, they use the player's hip bone as their root, while Elden Ring grabs players by their feet instead. This means that when you go through a load door, you're about 3 feet higher than you should be and you fall down a bit. This isn't a problem unless there's a low ceiling and then you just clip straight into it and get stuck. Beautiful. Obviously this is a bug I can fix with like one line of code, but I found it while working on the video, so I haven't patched it yet, and I thought I'd share because it's entertaining. Another thing that is partially finished is dialogue generation. When I say partially finished, I basically mean that all the dialogue is loaded, but none of the scripting data is.
It doesn't work
so
yet,
every possible topic of conversation is currently present for each individual NPC.
Damn.
Funnily enough, this means that if you ask an NPC about Dagoth Ur or Red Mountain, they're just like, oh yeah, you killed that guy, right? So I guess I've already beaten the game.
Damn, you already beat the game. Congrats.
I've also implemented the systems needed to have voice acting as well, but for now, all dialogue lines just play a sound effect of a page turning, as voice acting is one of the last things I'll be doing for this mod. I was just curious if it was technically possible, and it looks like it should be. You may have also noticed that every single NPC so far is just default girl woman, and in addition to that, every non-human NPC is replaced with a goat. I did this because I wanted to make sure the game engine could handle the bulk of Morrowind's characters, but without actually having to go and map out every single enemy spawn. This did prove to have some issues, which I will get into later, but for the most part, it does work. And that's basically where the project is right now. To put it in as few words as possible, the world is there, but it's completely devoid of actual gameplay.
Aren't you afraid of getting sued again?
Ah yes, well, this part of the video goes out directly to the Bethesda lawyers that are watching right now. You can just go ahead and stop writing that very threatening email, because this project does not violate any copyright whatsoever. How do I explain this? Have you ever heard of a mod called A Tale of Two Wastelands? It was a mod for Fallout New Vegas that converts the Fallout 3 game files into an add-on for New Vegas, so you could play both Fallout games at the same time. In order to install it though, you had to buy both games and install them both first. My mod works basically the same way. My software reads the Morrowind game files, does a bunch of math on them, and then outputs Elden Ring game files. The project itself does not include any of Morrowind's data in it. It requires the user to have that data in order to create the mod for them. And it is also open source, so if you want to go check, then be my guest.
What about From Software? Are you worried about that?
No, because they're based as fuck. Take note, Bethesda. You could learn something.
So when is it coming out?
That actually depends on you, my dear viewer. I like working on this project, and I would like to keep working on it. But I also need to know if this is what people want me to be spending my time on. YouTube is effectively my full-time job, and if I'm going to spend 6 months building
the world
a mod,
is there, but there's no
I
gameplay.
need to know that's what my viewers actually want me to do. I imagine you can all probably infer from what I've shown that this is not simple stuff. This is the result of thousands of hours of research and code work fueled by Adderall and caffeine. So yeah, if you want to support this and make this actually happen, do all those YouTube social media things. Hit the button, share the video, check out my Patreon, etc., etc. Aside from that though, the only things really holding this project back are that I need a couple of other modders to help me out with some specific things.
What do you need help with?
There are currently 3 big things that are outside my skill set for modding that I need assistance with. The first issue is something I call the C0 limit. In Elden Ring, every character...
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. They got the open world but no gameplay in it. That sounds about right.
Character has an ID that ranges from C0 to C9999.
Oh, except now they go to Constellation 9,999 instead of C10 for the level 100 cap. Imagine.
This includes the player character, which is C0, and of course, C0 is special.
Main character only C0, guys.
Characters are just a single model. C0 is like Voltron. It's made up of multiple different parts, being armor and weapons and face data. So while you can spawn in 1,000 goats and have no issues, Elden Ring has some arbitrary limits on the number of C0 characters you can have loaded at the same time. The limit actually goes back as far as Dark Souls 1, as I ran into this same issue when working on the Remastered mod. Regardless, this limit has to be fixed for this mod to work. Morrowind has over 2,000 humanoid characters, and in some areas like Vivek City and Balmora, it exceeds the hidden C0 limit, and some of them just fail to load in. This particular problem requires reverse engineering work, which I am absolutely useless at, so it's something I will need help with. I've talked with a couple different people about this problem, and from what I understand about it, it's very likely fixable. It just requires a very specific skill set to actually make that happen. The second issue is another reverse engineering thing, nav mesh generation. My friend Nord has been poking at this for a while, and he's made some progress on it, but we've yet to get it to actually work. Nav meshes are basically just simple 3D meshes that AI use to navigate around terrain. Every map in Elden Ring basically consists of 3 layers. A pretty visual mesh for you to look at, a simplified collision mesh to do physics on, and then an even simpler nav mesh for AI to do pathfinding on. The issue is we don't have the tools to build nav meshes, and without nav meshes, AI just doesn't work right. I am confident that it's possible to fix this problem as well, but it's beyond my skill set to really help with it. And the third issue is the complete opposite of the previous two. I really need some 3D artists. One of the things that I can't directly convert from Morrowind to Elden Ring is the armor and clothing. I mean, I could probably do it, but it would just look absolutely horrendous. This also applies to enemies as well. So what I'd really like is to have a couple of 3D artists that make modern renditions of the Morrowind clothing and armor to use in this mod. I kind of low-key love the designs of Morrowind's robes, and it would just be amazing to see them done justice in the Elden Ring engine. And for enemies, what I'd like to do is make reskins of Elden Ring's enemies and bosses to sort of Morrowind-defy them. For example, it would be fucking amazing to reskin Horelu as Dagoth-Ur. And all you'd have to do is add a mask to his head, change the color of his skin, and recolor his pants. And then biblically accurate Dagoth-Ur could canonically suplex you into the ground. Yeah, that is pretty much it. There is, of course, plenty of potential for unforeseen issues to appear, but that goes without saying, as every mod is at risk of that happening. I've done a fair bit of research on what remaining work is left, and from what I can tell, everything I want to do is possible. It really just comes down to the number of hours it's going to take to build it all out. And if any of those 3 things I listed are things that you think you could help with and want to, there will be a Discord link in the description for like a collaboration space of some kind. So check it out.
So what is left for you to do?
Assuming the problems I listed above get solved, the first thing is going to be writing a sort of interpreter for Morrowind's Papyrus script to be able to cross-compile it into Elden Ring's EnVtuber script. That is going to be very difficult, but I am confident that I can do it. In tandem with that, I will also have to implement variable checks into the dialogue system, which is going to be equally difficult. After that, I will have to begin parsing and placing static items and container loot so that key items can be obtained and turned in for quests. At which point, the main quest should be mostly playable. Once we reach that point, I will probably remap characters, and honestly, I'll probably hand place most of the enemies in the game world. I could use the Morrowind spawn points, but for things to play well, I will probably want to go through and plonk down dudes and bosses myself one at a time. I may also want to adjust some areas to make boss fights fit better. Morrowind interiors can be kind of cramped, so if I want to have a boss fight at the end of a dungeon or something, I may have to expand a few rooms to make it play well. Additionally, at the moment, I think the world scale is maybe a little too small. The entire project actually has a singular scaling factor, so I can change it pretty easily. I just haven't decided what scale to use yet. But yeah, once I finish with all of that, the mod would be playable in full. This is where I'd want to go through and flesh out mechanics more. I'd want to do things like add alchemy ingredients so you can craft potions, have shops in different cities with unique items to sell, And of course, I'd also want to add some spells to the game, like water walking and levitate, because it's really not Morrowind unless you have levitate. And that pretty much describes the whole roadmap for this project. It's a lot to do, but it's well within the realm of possibility.
Oh, bro, let's not you your question, is it?
So yeah, it's about time to wrap things up. I'm curious what you guys are going to think of this project, and if you want to hear me talk about it in more detail, I'll have a longer video on my second channel where I go into like technical stuff.
Okay, that's cool. They're gonna the guy's gonna try to port Morrowind to Elden Ring. Is this an alien spacecraft? What is this? Google doubled down on ruining Android? How many did I miss over the past couple of days? Oh boy. Alright, let's see this one.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How's it all going? You know, one thing that I haven't made a video about in a while are aliens. And you know me, I love me aliens. I want to start off by saying that I'm a believer. You know, I know that I make these videos and I come across to somebody that probably is like too much of a skeptic, but if there's one thing that I hope in life to be true is that aliens will one day visit us, okay? Look, I already get it. I'm too goddamn old to explore the oceans, and I'm too goddamn young to absolutely explore the stars. So I hope, in some way, the aliens come to us and visit. So for the last month, ladies and gentlemen, there's been something brewing for anybody that hasn't been picking up. June 1st, a new asteroid got discovered, 31/Atlas. Now, this is a big paper, okay? Is the interstellar object alien technology? So you might be like, whoa, what kind of crackhead came up with this? Now, normally I wouldn't be talking about it, but one of the crackheads is Abraham Loeb. In fact, one of the departments this came out of was the astronomy department at Harvard University, okay? So to give you an idea, this is not some crackpot talking about this. These are people from Harvard, possibly bringing up a paper that talks about alien technology. Could it be an alien ship? Could it be something else? Well, let's try to figure it out. So July 1st, an astronomer spotted this image, right? This thing. And they basically dubbed it A11PL3Z. So once NASA had confirmed that this was actually not just some new asteroid, in fact, it was actually an interstellar visitor, they renamed it to 31/Atlas. And in fact, there's been so much shit that has been coming out, like from the Hindustani Times, okay, from Bharat itself, from India, whatever AI slop image they threw up, this little giant flying turd, it could be nuclear powered, says a Harvard scientist, okay? So there's a lot of claims being made, but one thing that I want to start off with is obviously show the audience what the fuck this thing looks like. So according to NASA, they've showcased what the trajectory of such a thing is. So 31/Atlas is actually kind of coming in between Earth and Mars.
I don't know if you read it, the only difference now is that they only want actual devs to post the games in the Play Store, everything else is misinfo.
These are just asteroid watches. So for instance, this is our planet right here. This is from...
No, that's only for now. The problem is side-loading stuff, they're basically trying to kill it. That's the problem. Because they have to get the other shit there. That's true, it could be the death egg that Robotnik built so he can piss on the moon.
eyes.nasa.gov, a government website, and right here they actually showcase the closest asteroids to us. So things like 1998
it could be a new death egg.
2025 Q07, 2025 QV5, QK6, yada yada yada. So this one that looks like it's barreling towards us, that'll cross by Earth in around a day, 18 hours, 45 minutes, and 40 seconds. And you might be like, but Muda, what if it hits us? Well, it'll burn up in the atmosphere because it's only estimated to be 16.7 meters long, okay? Usually when you got like asteroids the size of like, I think it's like what is the actual name of it? The one that killed the dinosaurs. Or Chicxulub, the crater itself, the one that actually hit the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. And I don't know if these images are 3D renders or AI renders or whatever, but that is a rough explanation of what it looks like. Now, when an asteroid that size hits Earth, and I believe underneath this was like limestone deposits that led to even like a much bigger explosion, this ripples throughout the entire world, and it effectively killed all the dinosaurs, okay? So there's a reason why the dinosaurs don't exist. It's because a space rock hit Earth in such a way that it basically destroyed everything, okay? Like a million fucking nukes going off. Now, if another asteroid hits us, we're basically fucked, okay? We are dead from my understanding in the similar manner of this, okay? So that's why a lot of billionaires, I think, are paying big money to fly off to Mars or colonize other planets. So if the worst happens, at least they're alive, okay? Goddamn. So to give you an idea, scientists look at images like this little animation where, again, they look through a Atlas telescope, which that's why it's named Atlas. Like it's a telescope. They have the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System that is in Chile. So what they have is they saw this little speck basically just like fly across.
Okay.
And of course, all of this happened, as you can see, within this like hour, right? So from 5:15 all the way to 6:20. So within the hour, they saw that move. Now, generally, when you see that, you're like, oh shit, something's moving really fast. Could it be an Alamau? Could it be a visitor? Well, let's see the actual logic behind it. Let's see how we came to this crazy explanation. So Abraham Loeb, or Avi Loeb,
was 10 kilometers. Yeah, that thing is massive.
Works on astrophysics and cosmology.
10 kilometers in diameter, that's
crazy. Director of the Institute for Theory and Computation at the Center of Astrophysics. Okay, so this guy is apparently pretty big news when it comes to this. Now, Loeb is a bit of a controversial figure in certain ways too. He really is somebody that wants to prove, extraterrestrial life is real. There have been other situations like Oumuamua situation a little bit. This was another paper where Avi Loeb from Harvard University wrote about the possibility of this large interstellar object discovered near Earth. This actual Oumuamua that appeared to, I guess, be the sort of like alien-looking ship, according to this person, right? And again, a lot of the important parts is that these are objects from outside the solar system, which from my understanding, there's only been 3, including 31 Atlas, which is a pretty huge deal at the end of the day. Now, of course, obviously, this is a paper that you can read, you can try to understand, but obviously they start talking about the possibility of an artificial origin, right? A possibility that this could actually be an object that is, an alien spacecraft, an alien piece of technology in nature, right? Now, I also feel that the financial incentive for Loeb is pretty obvious. There are books that are being sold on Amazon, hard copy, Kindle, whatever, and you can just read these for yourself where they talk about the first sign of intelligent life beyond Earth. But obviously there have been other, scientists who have looked into this and said, listen guys, Oumuamua is not an alien spaceship, and the authors of the paper insult honest scientific inquiry to even suggest it. And this isn't some no-name Redditor, this is Paul Sutter, who's an astrophysicist at Ohio
Yeah, no
State
wonder why, but you know what, it makes sense why they're trying to find intelligent life off of Earth, because you can't find it on Earth. They can't find it on Earth, so they're trying to find it off of Earth. Maybe one day they'll find something intelligent. Surely that's why.
In fact, Benjamin Weiner of University of Arizona writes,
what a name.
How annoying it is that Avi Loeb promotes speculative theories about alien origins, forcing the rest of us to do scientific grunt of walking back these rumors. So yeah, he's not exactly a figure that's completely beloved. It's somebody that I think really wants to be the first finger pointer at anything alien. And honestly, I can kind of understand the frustration of some of the other people in the sphere if you're just trying to debunk claims or explain to the average person that, no, maybe this isn't really Alamaus yet. But now, the newest thing is obviously 31 Atlas. So right over here, this paper alongside Adam Hibbard and Adam Kroll, they're going and saying, at this early stage of passage, 31 Atlas, the recently discovered interstellar interloper, has displayed various anomalous characteristics, determined with photometric and astrometric observations, is largely a pedagogical exercise. In this paper, we present additional analysis into the astrodynamics of 31 Atlas. I have no idea about any of this alien technology shit. I'm just an interested space observer, okay? I played way too much No Man's Sky to admit it. I haven't given any more money to Star Citizen, but goddamn, it's the closest I'm gonna get to exploring the fucking stars. I need this to be real, or at least something entertaining. So look here, they mention things like, obviously, the Fermi Paradox, which for anybody that doesn't know that, the Fermi Paradox is the belief that since we haven't encountered any aliens, maybe there is some great filter that sort of kills life when it becomes too advanced, which is a pretty scary thing to think about, being alone in the universe, right? But of course, then they go down over here, and of course, they bring up certain pieces of evidence. So for instance, the orbital plane of 31 Atlas lies virtually in the ecliptic through retrograde, okay? So then, of course, they also say that it's too large to be an asteroid, which, yes, some things can be too large. I believe when you get past, 900 kilometers diameter, they just start calling things like dwarf planets or something. So, of course, they say that 31 Atlas shows no evidence of cometary outgassing. So, when, an ice giant gets near the sun and it starts, fucking heating up and, giving off gas? This appears to show no evidence of that. It approaches unusually close to Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. It achieves perihelion on the opposite side of the sun to Earth. The optimal point to do a reverse solar oberth and stay bound to the sun is at the perihelion. So yeah, this is all the evidence. Then again, if you're an astrophysicist watching, you can agree or disagree with Loeb or his team. So he even mentions how that Oumuamua, when they were talking about the discourse around it, and he said that it was mired in bitter controversy. Yet nevertheless, it seems the authors as a hypothesis perfectly worthy of pursuing, in a similar fashion to the hypothesis proposed in this paper. So they employed something called optimum interplanetary trajectory software. Sounds like something out of System Shock. The interplanetary mission design tool to investigate the likelihood and implication of 31 Atlas being an alien spacecraft. Is it an Alamau? Is it? Well, we have to see. So they say if 31 Atlas is alien tech, okay, they start bringing up, again, its pathing, right? They bring up, like, its orbital speed. They bring up kinetic energy. They bring up a whole bunch of things here. So, of course, one of the big pieces of, like, evidence they bring up is the fact that this approaches very close to Venus, Mars, and Jupiter during its visit, as we've seen in the map earlier.
It's retrograde, and you need ridiculous amounts of delta V.
Entry into the solar system,
yeah,
assuming 31 Atlas could at any time come into it and happen to do so such that it came within the close approaches of Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. The probability of that alone is 0.005%.
It's interesting to say the least, I guess.
They admit in this paper too that yeah, we're probably looking for like patterns, and the human brain is really good at trying to like find a pattern, especially when there isn't a pattern sometimes, right? They even say it. As extremely strange as that appears, the propensity for the human brain to see patterns in what is actually random scatter is well known. At the heart of this, any self-respecting scientist will have to address at some point in their career: is an outlier of a sample a consequence of random expected fluctuation, or is there ultimately a sound reason for that discrepancy? Could it be alien life? Or is it just bullshit? So yeah, obviously, I think the media kind of took this paper and went.
What if it's an alien cow in space taking a shit? Or space bullshit. Let's go.
Than they had to, because obviously when you start looking at like other, you know, reputable like fucking scientific
so
papers,
you're in the
like
same spot, you have vastly
super
different
fast,
speed. Yep.
A new comet could be an evil alien technology. Now I don't know if this is an evil alien technology, to be honest. I don't know if there's anything that's evil in here. I think if it comes out to, this is probably just like hype beasting by the actual news media. So if you look at this image right over here, this is from like the International Gemini Observatory. So this like whole string of colors, that looks weird, bro. Like that actually looks really weird. And actually, there is a good explanation for this. These rainbow-like colors are actually captured because astronomers take multiple sequential exposures of different color filters all throughout. And it basically shows that this was actually moving. So the light is actually recorded at different positions in each of these filters, which is why it looks like a cool rainbow. Just wanted to add this in to give it a little extra explanation, because I've seen some people think that this is the size of a whole ship, even though there's just no way that a ship is probably going to be that big, okay? And if it is that big, god damn it. I think there's an entire species living on it. But yeah, just one thing that I wanted to add. And of course, obviously, look, I'm not going to sit here and just like show Avi Loeb's greatest hits. I wanted to show you this because it seems like Avi Loeb is a guy that has a pretty good track record for the most part, but in like the recent years, a lot of people have kind of said that he wants to be the one guy that almost just, he wants to become the individual that is literally going to be the one that discovers aliens, right? Like this one user writes, he so badly wants to be the astronomer that first discovers aliens, just so that he just won't have any evidence to the contrary. Not to mention his toxicity behind the scenes is rather unbelievable. Now the thing about Avi Loeb is obviously he has a financial incentive with his book and projects like the Galileo Project. And I would imagine that, you know, for him, he's got a pretty established career, worked at pretty big places, and now he kind of has jumped into it. And I hate to use the term grifter here, because again, he does have a career, right? It's not like I'm looking at Terrence Howard and even I could debunk him. This is a guy that has some serious cred. But the way that he reacts around people that have, I would say, equivalent credentials, or, you know, people that have also worked in great places, is insane. So, for instance, this is Jill Tarter, a former director at SETI. She asks a pretty, you know, honest question, right? You know, she's frustrated. Listen to this.
Okay.
So, Avi, I get a little bit pissed off when you throw the entire scientific culture under the bus, because some of us have been thinking about and building instruments to find anomalies for a very long time. And I think that when we say that if we ever are going to announce such a detection, that we require extraordinary evidence, we're doing that as a way of differentiating ourselves from the pseudoscience that is so much a part of popular culture.
Yeah,
so Jill's got a great point here.
There is a lot of that
saying,
pseudoscience.
You're like a Harvard guy. You are the establishment, okay? You're not some, you know, guy. You're not some maverick who's out in the wild. This guy has had a long stoic career that basically has allowed him to be called by a lot of these big, like, a lot of these big media organizations, so they can use, you know, the Harvard, astrophysicist, the Harvard expert, as the, you know, basis for, you know, this alien spacecraft story. And she's right. You know, if it's not 100% proven, all the other people have to waste time trying to disprove this shit to everybody else out there.
Damn, Muda's hitting his mic.
Actually wild. He gets a little frazzly here, so listen to this.
To your first point, I'm talking about a factor of 1,000 in funding. I'm not talking about a factor of 2 over a decade increase in funding. I'm saying there is a discrepancy by a factor of 1,000 in what needs to be the case relative to what is the case of the community that you're talking about. A factor of 1,000 is a big factor in funding, and moreover, it's even a bigger factor in bullying, because anyone that makes a suggestion in the direction of technological signature is being bullied and ridiculed.
I don't.
Wait a second. Let me finish. Now, my second point is
So the funding really hits me because I think it becomes pretty apparent what like Avi and like his team are kind of reaching for. It's like, just give us this money to prove like this alien spacecraft like theory is true, even though it's in the face of so much disapproval and legitimate disapproval from other, you know, valid experts in the field too. I mean, it's kind of crazy, you know, it is insane. But again, what gets me over here is his reaction going forward, right? Like this guy starts going after the bloggers who discuss this. Listen to this.
We need extraordinary evidence and then step on the grass and not allow it to grow, which is currently the case. We need extraordinary evidence, but anyone that mentions this possibility is ridiculed by some blogger that doesn't even write a single paper in a decade. That makes no sense whatsoever. This blogger should first practice science.
Well, some of us do.
No, let me finish. How dare people make statements about scientists that explore these possibilities within the scientific method? That's the acidic culture that I'm talking about.
Now you can watch this exchange in entirety, and the reality is, unlike like traditional like online internet drama, this got sorted out pretty easy. I think Avi emailed like you know, Jill, and then he's like, yeah, I get what you did in the field. They sort of hashed it out. And the thing is, you know, when you look at it from the sidelines and you're a dumbass like me, you can kind of almost see both points. Like she doesn't want to like blatantly fund pseudoscience, and he just thinks that, hey man, this is a wild theory. I want at least people to be researching into it. And the thing is, I kind of agree with Jill a little bit more. Obviously, with the rest of the scientists, this is not the only guy that is an expert in the field, right? He's just the guy that's saying that this is the one thing that could be an alien. And obviously other researchers at SETI, like senior researchers, have kind of looked at this stuff and said, look, nothing about these asteroids show that there is a possibility of them being anything more than a natural occurrence. A rare natural occurrence, but a natural occurrence. And of course, obviously, you know, they also contend that because this guy's like a Harvard physicist or Harvard researcher, Harvard expert, you know, you do have to kind of take him somewhat seriously in regards to this. Again, this is not a Terrence Howard that we're talking about. This is something with real cred. And of course, when it comes to other scientists that have looked at this entire situation too, Daryl Seligman of Michigan State University writes, there's been pretty numerous telescopic observations that 31 Atlas is just displaying classical signatures of cometary activity. Samantha Lawler at University of Regina in Canada represent, all evidence points to this being an ordinary comet that was ejected from another solar system, just as countless of billions of comets have been ejected from our own solar system. And I think a lot of this comes from the fact that, yeah, Avi Loeb is a guy from Harvard, right? And it's a pretty huge thing for him to be you know, saying. And the thing about this is usually, I would say that obviously for somebody that is at Harvard, I would imagine that, you know, he probably is somebody that, A, genuinely really believes in this, like he's drank his own sauce. Or the other thing is he's probably trying to sell like a book or something based off of like his, you know, background or his like, you know, expertise in the field, right? This almost reminds me too, a similar story of like a guy named Dr. Stephen Greer. I was about to say Bob Lazar for some reason, but Dr. Stephen Greer was somebody that I actually spoke to on a podcast. This was like many years ago. But, you know, one of the things that immediately kind of like freaked me out a little bit over here was like, we were talking about things like, I think it was remote viewing or something of that nature, like contact with aliens. And then he told us about this application that he had, like $13. At this point, you can look at this on the App Store. And I was just like, I don't know how comfortable I feel when it comes to like, you know, I guess doctors or experts who are selling these like applications and providing assistance on making peaceful contact with civilizations, as well as making a social network for people who are interested in making contact. It almost, again, I hate to use the term conflict, but it almost seems like, you know, somebody's using these credentials and then they're putting up an application that is sold for actual
could also
money
be a conflict of interest.
And I mean, honestly, I feel like if you had the love of the game, this might have just been like a free application to get in touch. Generally, I feel when money is involved, that's when things get a little bit hazy.
Yeah, that's when things are a bit
Avi Loeb and his discussion on
sketchy.
Obviously, it probably like aggravated a bunch of other individuals. Like some of his peers were galled, saying that he's overreaching, repeating all of these claims without any form of actual evidence. And of course, obviously, for the community watching here 2 years ago, one guy writes, Avi Loeb is well known on UFO sites for his pro-spaceship philosophies. He also makes a lot of money from writing books about it and doing concert tours. Hardly a non-committed neutral scientist. And obviously there have been other people, I assume some of these bloggers that were mentioned earlier were people who were talking about Oumuamua and debunking this for themselves. Again, obviously this is one Harvard scientist bringing this crazy outlandish theory and not really providing a whole lot in terms of tangible evidence about this. And again, the closest people have any idea of what this kind of looks like is this shape right here. Now I believe it's, I believe at the time, I think it was called a solar sail. And, you know, other scientists have kind of debunked it and said that it wouldn't have made a good solar sail given its actual dimensions. But again, I'm not an expert on this. I'm just somebody that wants aliens to be real, but I try to speak about this within reason, and I don't want to spread misinformation. The 31 Atlas, that paper we looked at, I just also want to say that this is not peer-reviewed. Obviously, peer review is pretty important, just because you need other people to verify if your claims are actually true, especially when it comes to aliens. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the mystery of 31 Atlas, a space
Alright, that one's done. Let's go to the next one then. Let's see this one. Google just doubled down on ruining Android. Oh boy.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. A couple days ago I made a video called Google is Ruining Android. And today I'm here to say that Google is not only ruining Android, but they're actually doubling down on it. So this is from the president of Android's ecosystem, Samir Samat, who writes, "Side loading is fundamental to Android, but it's not going anywhere. As we said in our blog, our new developer identity requirements are designed to protect users and developers from bad actors. Not to limit choice, we want to make sure that when you download an app from a developer, regardless of where you get it, it's actually from them." Now you might be like, well, what is this in context to, Muda? The context is Google is severely limiting the ability to sideload an application onto the phone that you buy. Now the reason why this is super important to me is obviously I made a video like, 3 weeks ago where I switched back to Android. Now I unfortunately was an iPhone user for a fair bit, and you might be like, why would you ever use an iPhone, Muda? These phones are designed for babies. They're not open source and everything like the Android guys. The reality is I needed to use an iPhone because I had a lot of family and friends that absolutely use iMessage, okay? That little, blue-green bubble stuff was not just a joke. A lot of people were on like group chats and everything, and unfortunately I just had to be in the ecosystem. Now ever since Apple introduced something known as RCS, switching back to Android has been easy. Messaging your friends, family, loved ones is easy. And if they still care about the color of the bubbles, then honestly, it's okay to cut ties with those people, okay? There's probably red flags that you're easily missing out on there. But what's funny to me is Android made this huge deal about Apple not fucking opening up at all. And when Apple did, suddenly we're all celebrating. Whoa, we can send a picture of our ball sacks to each other without it looking like a goddamn Japanese adult video. No, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this was a good thing that happened.
Yeah, it's good that they did.
Funny to me that out of
finally
nowhere,
update to RCS.
Well, not really out of nowhere. Android has decided, yeah, we're going to implement that layer of security. So what this effectively means is they basically said that when they were analyzing all of the stores outside Google Play, they found that there was 50 times more malware, okay? 50 times more malware. Oh my God. You can get hacked if you install a random application. So to protect users, they added an extra layer of security called developer verification. So Android, next year...
You gotta love how they have to say 50 times more malware. That means and implies that there's malware on the Google Play Store. And what the fuck are they doing that there's somehow malware on the Google Play Store? Alright, and the fact that they have to say 50 times rather than give an amount of malware that they found overall. They're literally just saying, like, they're admitting that, yeah, Play Store has malware, and oh, I just finally finished, I just cleared the last sequential stage I didn't have cleared. I just made, like, I rolled, while we were, like, doing the reacts, I rolled the new reactor, and now I was able to clear Fizz sequential. So that's nice. Alright, because they didn't add a new altered sequential this patch for some reason. There is no new altered sequential. So now I don't have to worry about that. Plus 25 more attack for me.
Globally, well actually I think it starts with Brazil and a lot of the Latin countries first, then it goes to the rest of the world, okay? And eventually, it'll make it to the Great White North. Starting next year, Android will require all apps to be registered by verified developers in order to be installed by users on certified Android devices. You might be like, well, what's a certified Android device?
My base flame attack.
If you look here, ladies and gentlemen, these are a list of certified Android devices. Basically, every single fucking device on the market is a certified Android device.
Exactly.
And there's a few exceptions around this, and we'll actually touch upon them towards the latter half of this video, and I'm going to show you how to get Google out of your phone, okay? Because honestly, I hate it when any company tells me what the fuck I can and cannot do on the phone that I buy, all right? It's just insanity.
It is.
Now, of course, obviously, you might be like, Muda, this is really good. What about old people that get hacked? I just want to, like, get rid of the misinformation for you. Installing an APK on a fucking Android phone is not...
Yeah, like, You have to go through a bunch of hoops before it will let you even do that, man. It's not like you can just do that out of the gate. They won't let you. They've never let you do that from the start out of the gate. You have to go into the settings and stuff and disable a lot of protections first. And then they would let you do that stuff.
Not something that is super duper easy to do immediately off the bat. For instance, you go to a website, you download an APK file, which is effectively a package file that installs an application to your smartphone. Now, most smartphones, this is a Samsung Galaxy Fold 7, and
it depends. Some skins of Android have more buttons and menus you have to go through. But yeah, it's basically just 2 buttons. Some will change the warning a little bit, but like, it's typically just 2 buttons. Some of them has a slider, you have to slide it across, or whatever. But yeah.
I shouldn't have bought this one actually, because it's one of the more restricted smartphones.
It'll ask you if you want to install from this source or that source or whatever.
Settings. You have to navigate through the settings to something known as an auto blocker. You have to disable the auto blocker, and basically it will tell you if you install any application.
Yeah, like on some Androids, you have to disable the auto blocker first, and then you have to go into the setting and do the thing. Some of them is like, there's an extra step. Right, so like getting to the auto blocker sometimes is behind like 3 menus. So you have to go through 4 inputs, and then after that, you then get the option when installing an APK file to do the flag. It depends on which skin of Android. Depends on the Android skin, because some of them won't even let you until you disable the auto blocker. That's the case with like with some of the Samsung models. And a couple other skins of Android. They do that. Some of them do that. Some of them is just, you hit the slider there, and you tap twice. You still have to do that on every single Android version, but some of them have like an extra blocker before you can even do that. Like on the Samsung phones. And this guy was talking about.
It could be a virus. I mean, I think that's good enough, right? A lot of operating systems do that. For instance, when you're on Windows and you're installing a shady application, sometimes you see a little red square that shows up and like, whoa, you better not run this.
Yeah.
Whoa, better not.
Blue, red, or yellow square, yeah.
Choice. Macintosh is a great example, okay? You install a weird application onto your Mac, Mac will tell you, we're not gonna let you run it, bro. It's scary on these streets. But you can go to the settings app, you can go to the security tab, and you can open the application anyways. You have to go through like 4 or 5 steps, but you still have the freedom. And I think it's good, okay? I think that's fine. I think friction is awesome. Because if I really care about running a shady app, I'll go through 4 or 5 fucking messages. I may not enjoy it, but I get what it's a fair compromise is what I'm saying. I don't think it's okay when you take that feature out entirely. So of course, obviously, Android has done that. They're going to be doing that, and maybe they'll hopefully change. Again, given Google's stance on a lot of stuff going forward, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah,
now,
I'm not
obviously,
sure
with
either.
things like side loading, I want to just start off by saying that there are applications that I'm sure Google is not entirely excited about. For instance, ad blocking applications that allow you to bypass advertisements on
Yeah, they don't like
YouTube.
that shit.
You know, there are applications that may give you YouTube Premium features or YouTube Premium-like features, you know, entirely for free. In fact, most social media has become so enshittified that people are now looking to third-party applications that they are sideloading, just literally to actually, you know, get features back or get a more usable experience. And of course, obviously, there's other things like IPTV boxes, you know, where people watch like free television. You might have somebody who, you know, you ever drive outside and you just see like on the side of the road free IPTV or something. You call somebody, you pay them like $100. They give you a little set-top box, and usually the box consists of a bunch of APKs coming preloaded that have like access to Netflix and all these things for free. And generally, I think a lot of these places are where Google wants to hit the hardest, because there is a lot of malware on those streets. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people that get their shit hacked because they buy something for $100, put their login credentials through obviously malware-ridden applications, and bad things happen. Then, of course, the other scary thing is game emulators, right? For a lot of us on Android, one of the biggest advantages is having access to, again, great hardware, having access to the complete hardware, and then using that hardware to play a lot of games that we grew up with. For instance, playing DS games on an Android phone, easily possible. You can just unfold these devices. I want to see Apple try this, by the way. And then absolutely run DS games, Game Boy Advance games, even PlayStation 2 stuff runs really well on modern Android devices. And I've actually been playing a lot of old games, like Pokemon stuff on the DS. Just literally unfold my device for an hour, play a little bit, and then move on with my day. You know, a lot of these applications are actually going to be a little bit on the dangerous side. And of course, the other thing is obviously privacy-focused messages too. Like, for instance, you know, a lot of these applications that serve really, really important but niche needs now need developers to possibly dox themselves over to Google, right? To become a verified developer. Now, I'm sure for a lot of people that are in the emulator scene, and we've seen lawsuits happen recently, I'm sure some people are scared to dox themselves to YouTube to become that verified developer. The ultimate thing about it is obviously it should not be up to Google. It should not be up to Silicon Valley to decide for the entire world what we do with the hardware we buy. Imagine for just a fucking minute if you bought a Windows PC and Microsoft decided what the fuck you cannot install or do on your device. Imagine you buy a Mac laptop and Apple decides what you can and cannot do on your device. Would you be angry? I know I would. I know everyone would have a right to be angry, okay? Simple as that. We are so far away. Android came out, what, like over 15 fucking years ago? And it was a huge, huge deal, okay? It was a counter to Apple's iOS. It basically laid the market for like what is the most used smartphone
they tried that with Windows 10.
One of the most used operating systems in the world.
10S,
Android was built on openness and freedom, and to take that back.
But yeah, they did try that with Windows 10S, and that was something else, man. That said, though, like, the next time I ever install Windows, if I ever have to install Windows again on another device, I am just gonna run Enterprise LTSC and install one of those branches, and not like the regular, like the Pro or whatever variants. I will just get Enterprise LTSC, IoT LTSC, and run that version of Windows, where all that crap is just gone. Because even like the regular variants of Windows, not the S one, I do not trust. Yeah.
Or severely start limiting and becoming another fucking version of Apple makes me wonder why I ever switched from the walled garden. Because honestly, if Android takes away some of these features, the literal, like, why would I need one of these devices? Apple does a lot of shit that Google does a lot better anyways. Now, one of the things that obviously I wanted to make this video for was not just to rehash or doom scroll, but also, is there a way to say fuck you to Google and keep your free phone, your freedom intact? Yeah, actually, there kind of is. But before we go into it, obviously, if you remember a while back, like years ago, I made a video on something called the Freedom Phone.
Oh yeah, like
and
Lineage
realistically,
is like
I told you guys not to buy something like that
like
because you can just
I
spend the
guess.
money on, you know, a device itself, and then just install Android out of the box. So Android, the open source package. Now, Android is an open source system, but Google is now developing the entire OS fully in private. And one of the problems with this entire situation too is that Google, while they said they're going to be releasing this for the public too, like they're still going to be releasing the sources available as well. They're still going to be releasing the AOSP. Unfortunately, it is going to hinder a lot of situations for the third-party guys. So, so it's going to be a little bit of an issue for people that make privacy-focused versions or ROMs of Android. So the guys over at Lineage OS, or what we're about to look into, obviously, Graphene OS. So for these guys, it's going to be a little bit more annoying that, of course, Android is kind of starting to pull in this stuff or make the development a little bit more opaque. Which, again, all these things don't look that good. So let's try to get rid of Google from our devices. So surprisingly, what we need here is an actual Google Pixel, okay? I actually did have a Google Pixel 4a from the time we made that Freedom Phone video. Now, the process for this is actually painfully fucking easy. So we're gonna walk through it in this video right here, and I'm gonna show you how to get rid of Google on your phone so you can have an Android device that is fully your own and one that you are free from all of the bullshit that Google is adding. So you can hopefully install APKs and all this shit down the road, and you should be able to do this, again, at least with these Google Pixel devices. Your mileage may vary with other phones like Androids, like Samsung's, where, again, with the problem with these phones is that they're actually pretty locked down from Samsung. So what we're about to do here with this Google Pixel isn't going to be something that's easily done with Samsung phones. So kind of put those away. And if you can do it with Samsung phones, they're probably just going to trip a security flag that'll remove like 7 or 8 features, like, you know, Apple, like Samsung Pay or whatever from your device, which I'm sure that some of you guys don't want. I'm sure some of you guys probably deal with banking applications on your phone, and I'm pretty sure you want to deal with them and not have something break down. But anyways, assuming that you've got a Google Pixel, let's get started. So immediately on your actual device,
that's what I use. I use random cheap-ass Chinese phones
and
too.
You might be wondering, Muda, why do you not have Brave?
I agree.
The reality of this is I want to use Google Chrome simply because it's going to make the installation process a whole lot easier. Now, with Graphene OS, the actual installation is so easy if you have a Google Pixel that you hit that Install Graphene OS button, and you get the option to do a web USB system, or you can do a command line installation. For the audience watching who wants it really easy, let's go with the web USB system. So when we get the web USB system up over here, the first thing it's going to ask us is if we have any of these systems. Now you can do this on Windows, you can do this on Mac, it all runs through your web browser. Now since I have Linux over here, you might have to change some things on your system like install certain packages and turn off certain services. But once everything is done, you can unlock the bootloader. So here's my phone, and yes, I am using an Apple Vision Pro as the first person viewpoint for recording this, simply because it just makes it easier. Okay? I don't have a GoPro. I'm actually using the most, the dumbest option for all of this. So obviously we're going to turn off the device, we're going to shut it down, and once it's shut down, we're going to hit volume down and we're going to hit up. So as we do that, what's going to happen is eventually a recovery mode gets triggered. So fast boot mode, as long as you see that, you're basically good. Now take a flash drive, or sorry, take a USB, plug your phone in, and of course, it will be detected, hopefully, by your system. Now, when you go to unlock bootloader, it'll say bootloader unlocking triggered successfully. So on your phone, it'll say, if you unlock the bootloader, you will be able to install custom operating software on this phone. So again, we're going to go down and just hit unlock the bootloader. So scroll down with the actual volume up, down, and then do what you have to. So of course, once that is done, what you need to do is see if the fast boot mode is available again, then you download the release. Now because your phone is directly connected, it'll figure out exactly what you need. Now this is a Google, I think it's a Google, what is it? Pixel 4a, so it's pretty out of touch anyways, it's pretty outdated. So it's actually not using, it's using like an end of life version. Again, do this with a Pixel 9 or Pixel 8. I don't know, I think the Pixel 10 just came out. I don't know if they have a ROM ready for it, but you get the idea. So again, you want to go to flash the release, and right here, it's actually doing all of the stuff. So within a fraction
it is a shame that they're doing that.
It's restarting the device, doing everything, writing those bootloaders, and of course, you can actually see that things are turning on and off. Again, make sure the USB remains connected.
Have you tried turning it on and off?
And just let it do what it needs to.
Right, have you tried turning it on and off?
Flashed this, whatever your thing is to device, it'll be different depending on which device you have. So now you want to lock the goddamn bootloader. So right when you're on the screen over here, the fast boot mode, it's kind of hard to read with the blurriness. Hit that lock bootloader, and of course scroll down and lock that bootloader, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, once everything is locked down, I think you can just pull off the actual USB, everything is flashed. And of course, now you can hit that start, and it'll say your device is loading a different operating system. So again, this is obviously true. We're not running, Google's version of or anything. This is literally running Graphene OS right now. So again, you can see Graphene OS over here, literally just that easy. And there's a couple features in this, like they can sandbox Google features. So again, you can control just how much information, from my understanding, that goes in or out of your device to services that you may not really trust, but you're forced to somewhat interact with. So again, the operating system is firing up. Let's give it a second. All right, so here it is, Graphene OS. Hit that little start, and then of course you can pick your, country. So for instance, I'm gonna go with English Canada here. That's my language. Then of course it'll ask you for your time, date, yada yada yada, put whatever, Wi-Fi, you can put in your actual Wi-Fi address, so we go here. So just to show you guys how an 80K would work, I'm going to go to Epic Games Store, download it for my Android device, just to basically show you how this stuff works. So again, you download the APK, and it could be any APK.
What do you mean? His monitor is ultra wide, yeah.
So as soon as that's done, hit open, and immediately, even on Graphene OS, it'll say, for your safety, you just can't install stuff unknowingly. So again, you go to settings, you allow it from the source, and then of course you then install. So it's still friction, you know, but it's just, you now have the freedom to do whatever it is that you want. Now there's other options like post-market OS, which honestly I haven't really played around with, but I think they, you know, service more devices than Google, and you can obviously play around with this. So obviously now that I've installed this, I can go to the Epic Games Store, and then I can basically use this APK as I intended. So yeah, this is you getting a bit of your freedom back. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a video that I am going to be capping off. If you like what you saw...
Alright, that one's done. There we go. Oh shit, there's more. Oh yeah, I saw something like interesting that I think we might as well give it a look before we end off, and I'll finish the rest of the reacts tomorrow. God damn, it's already almost 6 AM. What was it? I think it was about toxic fandoms or whatever. I saw this in recommendations the other day. I think this one would be interesting. Internet's most toxic fandoms.
What happens when a fan base is willing to destroy anyone who offends their idol? These are the internet's most toxic fan bases. As usual, we'll rank them from least to most disturbing, reveal some of the darkest things fans have done. If you guys are enjoying the channel so far, it would mean the world to me if you subscribe, because it helps me get my videos out to more people, and I promise to do my very, very best to create the best possible videos I can for you. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. Swifties, the overprotective fan base.
Okay.
So before we begin, I want to make this clear that this is not an attack on Taylor Swift or her fans in general, but there is a toxic part of her fandom that takes things too far. Almost every musician has overprotective fans, but with Taylor Swift, there are thousands of them, and they attack anyone who dares criticize her. In 2020, Taylor Swift released an album titled Folklore. As usual, music critics reviewed it, but one review made Taylor's fans mad. It was from a website called Pitchfork, and the interviewer was a woman named Jill. In her interview, Jill praised Taylor's songwriting, but she didn't like everything.
Wait, you have ads on your phone? What the fuck, man? I got a cheap one too, but mine doesn't have ads or anything like that. But yeah, you can just like replace the thing and clean it up, man.
Thing about the album, so Jill gave it an 8 out of 10. For most people, that was a positive review, but for radical Swifties, an 8 out of 10 was unacceptable. It was an insult. Taylor's fans started ranting online, complaining about the review. Then one of them came up with a bizarre theory, which was that Jill and Pitchfork were trying to sabotage Taylor Swift. By giving Taylor's album a lower score, Pitchfork would drag down the album's overall rating, also known as a metascore. Once that sabotage theory took hold, fans were mad and they attacked. First, someone posted Jill's personal information online. They leaked her phone number, her address, and even photos of her home. The doxing led to non-stop harassment. Jill got angry calls in the middle of the night. Some callers threatened to burn her house down. She even received death threats. Jill tweeted about how terrifying it felt. She said that it sucked to be scared of every person milling outside, or feel like you can't answer the phone. All of this happened because Jill gave Taylor a good review, but it wasn't good enough. But Jill wasn't the Swifties' only victim. In 2019, comedians Desus and Mero appeared on The Tonight Show. During a guessing game, Mero made a joke. Some Swifties didn't find it funny. They felt Mero was insulting Taylor's looks. Within hours, the comedians were getting death threats. One crazy fan even threatened Mero's kids. It was so bad that the FBI got involved. But Swifties don't just fight outsiders, they attack their own. That's what happened to a woman named Rita in 2019. Rita wasn't a regular fan. She was so devoted that she ran a Taylor Swift fan page. Her room was filled with Taylor Swift merch, and she posted videos of herself singing Taylor's songs. But some Swifties thought Rita's videos were cringy, like she was embarrassing the fandom. So they spammed Rita's videos with hateful comments, trying to bully her into quitting. When Rita refused to stop, the attacks escalated.
I'm gonna be honest, nothing is a 10 out of 10. Because 10 out of 10 means it's perfect and you cannot do anything to make it better or improve it any further. It is, like, 10 out of 10, right? It means it's perfect, it's complete, it is everything. Right? But can you really say that's everything like that? Probably not. So what I say is nothing is 10 out of 10. You could, like, at that point, like, the hard cap is subtracting, like, a tiny fraction from 10 out of 10 is the high as you can go. At least for me.
Someone tried hacking her phone to take over her social media accounts. Another posted her license plate online, putting her at risk. Rita adored Taylor Swift, but she became an enemy simply because she didn't fit their idea of a proper Swiftie. Loving a musical artist is completely normal, but for radical Swifties, anyone who doesn't meet their standards needs to be silenced. This next fan base kicked their leader off the internet. Corpse Husband, the fan base that betrayed their idol. Corpse Husband was a faceless YouTuber who got popular in 2020. His main appeal was his voice. He had this deep, rumbling voice that sounded unreal. That voice, combined with being faceless, made Corpse a sensation. Fans couldn't see him, so they created a perfect fantasy version of him in their heads. But Corpse was a real person, and he was far from perfect. In interviews, Corpse revealed that his deep voice was partly caused by a medical condition. He also had arm pain that affected his daily life. He struggled with anxiety, and he didn't like talking in public because he was scared someone would recognize his voice. That's why he chose to remain faceless. He wanted privacy so he could manage his personal issues without the stress of fame. But some fans didn't care about his struggles. They just wanted to see his face no matter the cost. In 2021, a photo of a man went viral. People claimed it was Corpse Husband. There was just one problem. The man in the photo, it didn't match the image fans created in their minds. And instead of accepting that, they started mocking the man in the picture. Tweets called him ugly. Some fans unfollowed him. Someone tweeted, unsubbed, and unfollowed Corpse after seeing that face reveal. Like, I thought it was gonna be hot, but he's just some ugly creep. The fans were brutal, but the reaction revealed the truth. Some fans weren't following Corpse for who he was. They were following the fantasy they created. Also, it was never confirmed that the photo was actually Corpse. Fans might have been mocking a random person. Corpse could have addressed the photo directly, but he didn't. He just started pulling away. He tweeted less, he streamed less, and in November 2021, he uploaded what would become his last regular video. Years later, his fans still miss him. They leave comments begging for his return. But the truth is hard to ignore. The same fans who demand his comeback are the reason he disappeared. This comment summed it up perfectly. He didn't abandon us, we lost him. We truly didn't deserve this man. This next fan base is huge, loud, and always upset. Star Wars, the fan base that's never satisfied. There's a saying that you can't please everyone. The Star Wars fan base is proof of that. They've complained about everything: storylines, dialogue, characters, even little things like the color of lightsabers. And when Star Wars fans get upset, they get toxic. Star Wars fans love the original trilogy, but nearly everything released after has been a problem. In 1999, The Phantom Menace hit theaters. It was the first movie after the original trilogy. It was also the first Star Wars movie in 16 years. Fans were excited until they actually saw the movie. Many hated the film. They felt it didn't capture the spirit of the originals. The backlash was so intense that it nearly ended the franchise. Disliking a movie doesn't make someone toxic, but how some fans expressed their anger was ugly. They started harassing the actors. Ahmed Best, the actor who played Jar Jar Binks, was their first target because they hated the character. They made Ahmed their punching bag. Ahmed's phone number was leaked. His answering machine was filled with death threats. Over time, the harassment broke him. Ahmed became depressed. He was scared to leave his apartment. Jake Lloyd, the child actor, was the next target. He played young Anakin Skywalker. Being a child didn't save him. Some fans hated his acting, so they tried to find his address so they could camp outside his house and confront him. At school, classmates bullied him constantly. He even got death threats. Because of all the negativity, Jake quit acting entirely. But these toxic fans just got worse. Whenever a new Star Wars movie came out, they found something to complain about. And they started to contradict themselves. By the time The Force Awakens came out in 2015, the cycle was obvious. This time, fans said the movie played it too safe. Some claimed it was just a lazy remake of a previous Star Wars film. Because of that feedback, the creators took risks with the next Star Wars movie. They broke away from the classic formula, but fans hated that too. Now they said it strayed too far from the originals. It seemed the fan base didn't know what it wanted, and as usual, they didn't just complain. They made life hell for Star Wars actors. They harassed one actress by mocking her looks. Someone even added offensive comments to her Wikipedia page. She had to quit Instagram to escape the attacks. Daisy Ridley, the lead actress, wasn't spared. Even new characters couldn't escape. In 2022, the Obi-Wan Kenobi series introduced a villain named Reva. Reva was a character that fans have been asking for, but once she appeared, the same fans didn't like her, so they turned on the actress who played Reva. The attacks became so vicious that the show's producer intervened. He told fans, if you're sending her bullying messages, you're no Star Wars fan.
That is what it is, man. I don't know much about Star Wars. I don't really pay attention to it, but
Play
like,
too safe and they complain. Try something new, they complain louder. That begs the question, if every Star Wars movie makes fans mad, maybe the real problem isn't the movies.
At some point,
VTubers are a social fan base.
Okay.
For those of you guys who don't know what a VTuber is, a VTuber stands for virtual YouTuber. They are streamers who appear online as animated characters instead of showing the real faces. Think of it like digital cosplay. Each VTuber plays a character, and fans enjoy the show. But for some fans, watching VTubers isn't just entertainment. Some viewers get obsessed with VTubers. These obsessed fans are known as unicorns. To a unicorn, their favorite VTuber isn't just a character on a screen. She's their virtual girlfriend. In order to maintain that girlfriend fantasy, the VTuber must stay single. She can't flirt or even speak to another man. If she does, they feel betrayed. And when these obsessive fans feel betrayed, the reaction can be explosive. No VTuber learned that lesson harder than Rushia. Rushia was one of Japan's biggest VTubers with over 1 million subscribers. But many of Rushia's fans were unicorns, so they treated Rushia like she was their girlfriend, like she belonged to them, and that almost ruined her life. The issue started on February 10th, 2022. Rushia started a live stream. In the middle of her broadcast, a private message popped up on her screen. It was a message viewers weren't supposed to see, but they did. The message was from Mafu Mafu, a Japanese male singer. It read, "I just finished the live broadcast and I'm getting ready to go home." The text itself wasn't romantic, but there were already rumors that Rushia and Mafu Mafu were dating. Now, this message from Mafu Mafu appeared on her screen. Her unicorn followers felt lied to.
They were actually married at one
Rushia
point.
Betrayed them by not being single.
And then they got a divorce.
Canceled their paid memberships. Some destroyed their Rushia merch. A few even sent threats to both Rushia and Mafu Mafu. Rushia tried to calm things down. She swore she wasn't dating anybody, but they refused to believe her. To prove her innocence, she posted a screenshot. It was a chat between Rushia and her manager confirming she was single. But posting that chat cost Rushia everything. Like most VTubers, Rushia was signed to a talent agency. The agency had strict confidentiality policies. By posting that private chat with her manager, Rushia broke her non-disclosure agreement. So the agency fired her. Just like that, Rushia lost her platform. Not because she hurt anyone, but because her toxic fans pushed her so far, she broke the rules trying to defend herself. Later that year, another VTuber had a similar problem. In August 2022, a VTuber named Crony streamed a gaming session with several male VTubers. But most of Crony's fans were unicorns just like Rushia's. These obsessive fans hated seeing Crony interact with those male VTubers. They bombarded her live chat with insults. To escape the hostility, Crony took a 2-week break from streaming. But when she returned, she took a different approach. Instead of trying to appease her fans, she stood her ground. She tweeted, "After much consideration, I decided that I will be collaborating with whoever I want." The fact that she had to post that shows how controlling and toxic some VTuber fans can be. The members of this next fan base just can't get along. League of Legends, the fan base that hates each other. No gaming fan base is as toxic as League of Legends. At least that's what players say. In 2024, a survey asked gamers which fan base was the worst. Around 36% picked League. What makes this fan base so bad? It's about how the players treat each other. League of Legends is built around teamwork. 5 players join forces to beat another team. Success depends on working together, but most players end up fighting their own teammates. If someone makes a mistake, their teammates explode. Players scream insults in the chat. Others go even further. They int. Inting is when a player deliberately dies over and over in the game. They do this to either troll or punish their own team. Either way, inting ruins the game for everyone. Riot Games, the company behind League, has tried to control the toxicity. They ban aggressive players, they added mute buttons. They even created a system to reward good behavior, but none of it worked. By 2020, 98% of players said that they have been harassed in-game. 98% is nearly every player. If players are this toxic during casual matches, imagine what happens when money is at stake. League of Legends has massive esports tournaments, and these tournaments offer millions of dollars in prize money. The most famous team in League is T1. They've won countless championships, and their star player named Faker was insanely skilled. Fans called him the Michael Jordan of esports. But in 2020, the same fans who idolized T1 turned on them. That year, T1 failed to qualify for a major tournament. Fans blamed the team's coaches for benching Faker during the qualifiers. The coach who benched Faker received death threats. Other players began getting threats as well. T1's CEO had to plead with fans to stop. Some fans ignored the warning. By September 2020, T1 started tracking down those behind the threats to take legal action. This wasn't the only time fans turned on a professional League team. One team received an actual weapon in the mail. It was supposed to be some kind of warning. It's no wonder so many consider League of Legends the most toxic fan base in gaming. Up next is a fan base that operates like a mob. Genshin Impact, the fan base of bullies. The game Genshin Impact is more popular than people realize. It launched in 2020, just 5 years ago, but it already generated over $6.3 billion in revenue. More than 11 million people play the game every month. That's the population of a small country. But a game this big attracts all kinds of fans. Some of them are notorious for bullying, and sometimes they attack for surprising reasons. It's exactly what happened in 2022. An artist posted an illustration of Kaya, one of Genshin's main characters. It was just fan art, nothing controversial. But the artist made one mistake. Kaya's skin tone was lighter than usual. That small error caused chaos. Hardcore fans demanded the artist delete the drawing. One comment said, draw him correctly or don't draw him at all. That was harsh, but some fans went further. Someone stole the drawing, darkened Kaya's skin, and reposted it. They claimed they fixed the art. The artist even tried to apologize. They tweeted, "I didn't mean to paint Kaya's skin color brightly. It turned into this color unintentionally. I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable." But the apology didn't end the harassment.
Yep, I mean, sometimes that can happen, man. Hey, like, fun fact, man, like, for the pupils in my eyes, right? Like, for the pupils, the irises in my eyes, with the pupil and everything on my model, just so you know, them being as yellow as they are was more of an accident. I was actually going for something else entirely when I was making my, like, when I was first creating my model. And, it just happened to end up being this, like, yellowish golden color once everything was put together with lighting. Even though the original texture wasn't intended to be that way.
In this case was just the beginning. Genshin fans attack
There's
artists
a lot of things that happen if you don't really know that much, that it can happen accidentally when you mix colors together.
Even actual employees working on the game have been targeted.
It's not a glitch.
In 2021, Genshin added
It's
a new
a color
character
theory
named
thing.
Kokomi. Unfortunately, some players did.
It's not a glitch, but rather what happens when you look at things with other stuff around it. When you have enough visual noise from other sources, it can make certain things around it look differently. Like, if you have a dark-skinned character in some 3D games, with cell shading, you can make the darker brown skin tones look like they're actually gray like cement. You know, you can make things like that. Again, or it's even things like certain things look differently under direct sunlight versus artificial lighting. Even if like the color temperature and stuff is similar enough, depending on the stuff around it, you can make something look like it's something completely different. And there's also different people have different displays, like different users have different displays with different calibrations and stuff like that. when they're viewing content or creating and mastering content. It's not always gonna look the same on every display. Some displays can more accurately reproduce certain colors more than others, and some can't do it at all. And then of course there's things like people having partial color blindness or whatever, where like they have some of the cones, or maybe their cones for like the red, blue, and green light are shifted a bit, so they see things a little bit differently. And there's some stuff like that. Like there's also that stuff too. It's like even the end user, some of them just physically might have a disability in their eyes and they're colorblind or something. Yeah, some people are colorblind, and like the thing is with colorblind, it's not like they can be like there's more than just they see color and they don't. Some of them, they can see some wavelengths of color and not all of them, right? And then there are some where like the wavelengths of the colors in the cones of their eyes are shifted, so they can see some of certain things but not all of the spectrum there, and there's like weird overlaps and stuff like that, and that's this whole other mess. And the reality is to that stuff, there is no way to cure them, that whatever people who have that issue, because it's basically like, do they physically have the ability to see it in their eye or not? But yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Like, you can have it like shifted a little bit, where like you could have like green shifted a little bit closer to red, or red shifted closer to blue, or green shifted closer to blue, or whatever, and certain things will look a little bit different. It could be very subtle. Like, there are things like that. And like the only way to know like if you really have it or not is like, again, yeah, or shifted further apart. The thing is, the problem with saying the thing shifted further apart is when they're shifted further apart in one side, it's shifted closer to another side. Unless you physically don't have that cone. But it's also possible to have it shifted and missing one of the cones as well. That's also possible. And of course, if you're missing all three cone types, then you can only see black and white. You have like all sorts of things. There's a crazy amount of different variants to it. Yeah, I know. It can come much closer, but it is possible. Yeah, I know, they're not equidistant. They're not. But the thing is though, if it's shifted in one direction, the green, if it's shifted in one spot, it's closer in one side than it's supposed to be, and wider in another. That's just what happens. And the thing is, when that happens, there are you end up having blind spots on stuff you cannot see. Yeah, that the infrared thing, that's its own other problem, yeah.
Didn't like her, but they didn't just complain about the character. For some
yes, the Kokomi situation, I remember this.
twisted reason, fans attacked the voice actress who played
Yeah.
Kokomi. She was
Oh,
live
boy.
streaming when the insults started. Her chat was filled with hateful comments. It got so bad that she had to turn off the comments. Remember, this voice actress.
Wait, this is just a person who's just doing their job, man. They just show up, record the voice lines, and they peace out. The problem isn't the fucking voice actor. But like, these people are crazy, man. They went crazy after the voice actress. And stuff like that, issuing death threats and all sorts of other things to her because the character was garbage. Even though the problem has nothing to do with the freaking voice actress, but rather who freaking designed the kit and stuff in the first place. But that's its own other issue. Again, like, do you think these guys are intelligent, man? They're not intelligent, man. And the problem with things like looking at things like intelligence or like IQ, whatever, as an average, is that when you're looking at an average, you're taking all the numbers from the bottom and at the top, and you're factoring in the most extreme cases, and a few people in either direction can either drastically drag up or down the average. Versus what, you know, like, versus what, like, you're looking at in terms of, like, the entire data set. So, like, the reality is if you want to get something a bit more accurate, maybe something comparing something more like the median with a large enough sample size with more crazier extreme ends of everything is probably going to be a lot closer to what most people are going to be. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Let's say you have a company, right? Let's say you have a business. And let's say you pay yourself $1 million a year. And then you pay some other employee $1 a year. Well, then the average wage is approximately $500,000 a year for the 2 employees there. Right? And that's why, like, that's kind of the problem with using averages, where it's like, let's say you have, like, you can change it to as many number of people and as many number of data points as you want. You're going to have extremes on either end that will either drag up or down the entire data set. For certain things, it works, but only when, like, the data set and the ranges are a lot narrower and a lot closer. When you have varying, like, very, very crazy extremes in the data set, the average number is just never a good point to go across. Because of what average represents. Oh, you're talking about the stuff with the eyes and stuff like that with the cones? Yes, that stuff has been proven. They even make, like, special glasses that can kind of shift certain things around to help you see certain things if you have an issue. The thing is, though, those special glasses that can color shift stuff around for what you see, they don't make it so you can see stuff that you cannot see. Not really. Because, like, you'll have other issues too. But they can help you read certain things that you might not be able to, or see certain things you might not be able to see properly if you have those issues. Yeah, we somehow went back to the eyes because Tara brought it up. That said though, like, it's complete bullshit if anyone says, like, those types of things for colorblindness, those special glasses, will actually help them see everything. They have been debunked like crazy, but, like, it makes sense. Because the reality is, at the end of the day, if you're physically lacking the ability to detect something, no matter what they put in front of you, unless it actually physically gives you that ability, you're never going to see it. Like, that's just the reality at the end of the day. Oh yeah, I like, no doubt they've been debunked further than that. Right? Like, the other problem too with those is, because you're using it to shift what's visible, everything is shifted. So, like, whatever you're looking at, the stuff that you could see normally if you were in that situation, that's getting ruined now. That's being shifted, because it has to shift everything. And, like, some of those, yeah, will increase the contrast of certain things that you might be able to see, but it also ends up mishmashing things together. Interesting. We have 4 different cones, but yeah. There's stuff like that too. But that one's probably even more rare. Like, that's probably a lot more rare. Yeah.
Actress was just an employee. Later, she posted that she only wanted a relaxed and happy environment. But
here's the thing, right? The voice actresses and voice actors are not really employees. They're like temporary contract workers. They're not like regular employees. For a lot of them, they're just doing gig work. Not on humans, but on other animals, yeah. Yeah, like, there are some species of certain animals that can see things that we can't normally. Right? Like, there are some things that can, like, it's like some snakes and stuff can see, like, infrared, which we cannot see. We cannot see infrared. but they're like some snakes and stuff, they can.
The Genshin mob didn't back off, and this wasn't even the worst moment that year. In September of that year, Genshin celebrated its first anniversary. Fans expected huge rewards, but when the rewards were released, many were disappointed. They felt like the rewards weren't good enough. This time, they didn't just make hateful comments online, they tried to sink the whole ship. Thousands of Genshin fans went on the Google Play Store and review bombed the game. They all left 1-star reviews. On the Play Store, apps with low ratings can disappear from search results. So
here's the thing though, they weren't even being paid crap. Here's the thing though, man. The voice actors for Genshin and stuff, they weren't even being paid garbage, man. They weren't. They were being paid, like, the regular rates that, like, even, like, some, like, union actors were being paid. From, like, some of the stuff I've actually looked into. Like, they were being treated fine. It was some other a company that was like in between or whatever, causing issues or whatever. It wasn't Toyo screwing them over there. Surprisingly. But like, there are reasons why they wouldn't want the union stuff either. Because the problem, especially for like gacha games, for example, where like you have like a live service model and like a large amount of like a large amount of different voices and stuff like that, the reality is it's not practical at all to have every single voice be part of the union and have to deal with all the union bullshit. Because the reality is the amount of stuff they would have to pay and stuff like union dues for a lot of like the smaller, more minor roles for characters, like voicing stuff in these types of things, especially for like a live service project. If you're like some random like background NPC, or for example, you know, you probably have the job like to do like voice, like you're working like maybe like 2 days recording a couple dozen voice lines and you're done. You're not gonna come back after you're done with the character. But then, like, the amount you would get paid for that is, like, eerily close to what you would be paying in union dues. And because of that, like, the entire job itself would not be worth doing. Like, you have situations like that. Which is why, like, joining the union makes no sense. Like, the reality is, the people that were, like, really all for it, that union, they were already in there. And the types of roles and stuff they had were extremely prominent, and like they had a lot of like reoccurring roles and all sorts of other things going on, where for them, they're taking advantage of it and they're abusing it, but they're also bullying anyone else who wants to get into voice acting and stuff like that. Like, it's its own crazy situation. But like, that's the whole thing there. And the problem is, if the thing was to go completely union, if you weren't part of the union and you wanted to work on the project, you would have to join the union. Right? So like, let's say you had to voice a role and let's say you got paid a couple $1,000s, right? But then like, you would have to pay the union to voice that role for that one job, like $1,000 or something. Is it worth doing if you're being paid, let's say, like $2,000 or whatever? Probably not. Especially with the other stuff in there, it's like not worth it anymore. But like, that's just the reality there. Because then again, you have to deal with taxes and all sorts of other stuff and everything like that. Like, and the thing is, the problem is if you're doing that type of work too, you don't get any of the benefits either, because you're not doing enough work to get the benefits of the union. So like, that's the problem. It would basically bully out and screw over anyone who wants to like do any like smaller minor roles that gets invited or stuff like that, because they wouldn't be able to do that. Or if they wanted to hire someone foreign, exactly, for certain other things too. Like, it has a severe limitation and restrictions on the types of people they can hire. And the problem is, it basically benefits nobody outside of, like, the people who are running the union. And that's kind of the thing though, like a lot of the unions out there for all sorts of things, they fucked up things so badly that everyone gets screwed over and everyone is fucked except for the people running the union. And I see this shit all the time, with how, like, let's say, like, you look at freaking construction projects and stuff like that, especially for, like, here in North America, for example, and you wonder why the fuck is it that, like, someone like a company like TSMC, for example, they can build up a new fab, spin up a new fab, where they have to, like, they build up a new facility, and they build in all the new equipment so they can go produce chips for the next, like, few years, right, on the next node. They can get that done faster than some, like, 10-floor condo down the street that's, like, causing problems, creating so much traffic, a lot of noise and shit, constantly, and, like, workers are barely fucking working, and they've been working on building that fucking condo for the past almost 10 years, and it's just been an ugly eyesore. And if you who live in North America or whatever, I'm pretty sure you can relate to seeing stuff like that. At least, like, at some point. It's like you wonder, well, how the fuck can TSMC build, like, a whole new factory, for example, and put all that shit, like, build all the equipment and everything in, like, 2 years, and start producing, like, the next node of chips. And meanwhile, you have these fucking construction projects, like, and, like, the reality is, it's like this. Because, like, the thing is, like, with TSMC, what they're doing is, like, they have, like, shift work for the employees. They have, like, 3 or 4 shifts where, like, they're alternating workers on the construction so that they're working 24 hours a day. And, like, in terms of, like, their output, like, compared to construction projects in, like, Europe or, like, North America, for example, you got fucking construction companies in Asia doing 8 years of work in the span of a year or 2 years. Compared to those places. Like, and it's not an exaggeration. Because they don't have a lot of that bullshit getting in the way. And part of the problem, too, and it's what's also very wasteful for a lot of the equipment, too, is, like, even, like, starting up, like, a lot of that construction equipment, there's a warm-up time and stuff like that, and it's, like, again, like, turning it off as well. Instead of just, like, okay, you're done with your shift, pass it off to the next person so they can continue working, so you minimize the downtime. And instead it's like, nah. And then, like, the amount of, like, actual work for some of the things when they have to use the machinery, instead of, let's say, like, a 6 to 8 hour day, they're only maybe working 3 to 4 hours. Meanwhile, you got fucking construction companies in a lot of Asian countries where they're actually getting 24 hours of work done in a day. But if you were to compare it to what's the amount of work that gets done in a lot of places, it's more like they're getting 100 hours of work done in a day. Like, you have, like, freaking things like that. Like, these freaking unions causing those types of issues too. Which is just crazy. But yeah. Besides, like, even, like, ever since, like, SAG-AFTRA's attempts. And, like, the reality is this, man. The more and more those crazy, like, people and those things keep doing that, the more and more these companies and, like, are going to, like, go further and further to try to get the AI stuff working the way they want. And have AI replace them. That's just the reality. Because the reality is, at least if they all go with the AI stuff, they won't have to deal with any of those problems, and it'll be way cheaper to them in the long run. And that's probably what's gonna end up happening in, like, the next 5 to 10 years. More and more of those roles will unfortunately go away and get replaced by AI. And the stuff is being accelerated like this, and it's their own fault. Like, we're not at that point yet. But, like, the next 5-10 years, yeah, And that's the annoying thing too. Yeah, lots of bureaucracy, shit gets done slowly. And not much bureaucracy means nothing to stop them. Exactly. And that's probably why things like, with some of these things, you know, they cost so much while providing so little. There's too much going on. And they're all doing nothing. Well, either that or foreign voice actors. I mean, they're going to shift to more foreign voice actors in the short term, but the long-term play is replacing them entirely. Yep. That is true. Nothing's stopping them from doing it sloppily, so there's that too. But like, it also depends, right? Not all of them are doing it sloppily, for example. But yeah, I get what you mean.
So by review bombing the game, these fans were trying to bury it. The game's rating dropped from 4.5 stars to 2 stars. However, Google noticed what was happening, so Google deleted the fake reviews. But the fact that Google was trying to save the game made fans even angrier. Now, Genshin fans started review bombing Google's apps like Google Classroom.
Google Classroom. Ah, yes, the classic.
More than 20 apps across the Play Store were filled with fake negative reviews. The war only ended when the developers of Genshin Impact gave in. They added extra rewards to calm the fans down. If this community can sabotage their own game, what'll they do next? Up next is a fan base that chased away the creator of their game. Five Nights at Freddy's, the feral fan base. Five Nights at Freddy's launched in 2014. It was an instant hit. Players took on the role of a night guard trapped in a haunted pizza shop. The game was filled with hidden clues and mysteries waiting to be solved. The community grew fast, but as the fan base exploded, so did its darker side. The game was created by Scott Cawthon, and in the early days, Scott was very active in forums. Scott listened to fans and shaped new games around their ideas. Fans loved having that connection, but the closer Scott stayed to the community, the more demanding it became. In 2015, FNAF 3 and 4 were released, but fans thought the games weren't scary enough. Others thought they were too easy, so angry fans attacked Scott directly. One fan even went after Scott's family. I mean, imagine threatening someone's family over a game. But the attacks didn't stop there. Later that year, Scott released the first Five Nights at Freddy's book.
I remember the first time I saw Five Nights at Freddy's or whatever. I was like visiting some relatives of mine, and like one of my cousins, they were trying to get me, they were trying to scare me or whatever. They were like, go play this game on the computer or whatever. So like they brought me into like his computer or whatever, and he had me play Five Nights at Freddy's. I was just confused. Cause like I'm like, how is this shit scary? They thought they could scare me. It was funny. Well, you're just staring at the screen and like looking at the stuff in there, whatever.
His co-author was a woman named Kira. The fans couldn't find much about her online, so they concluded she didn't exist. They accused Scott of lying and attacked him again. Scott later clarified that Kira was a professional writer, but he told her to make her accounts private because he expected weirdos and creeps to stalk her. That means Scott realized how toxic the FNAF fandom was becoming. In 2016, it got worse. Scott launched a spin-off called FNAF World. The game was buggy, so fans hated it. Scott took the game down, fixed the issues, and re-released it for free. But fans kept criticizing Scott, calling him a sellout. When Scott deleted the worst comments, they accused him of censorship. He simply couldn't win with them. By 2021, he had enough. He stepped away from Five Nights at Freddy's completely. After Scott left, new developers took over to keep the franchise alive, but the toxic fans treated them even worse. In 2024, a fan project called FNAF in Real Time was canceled. The developers revealed they were receiving threatening messages from angry fans. The harassment shook them so much that they abandoned the game too. The community that made FNAF a hit was tearing it apart. One FNAF fan on Reddit said it best: "We literally can't have anything anymore." My friends, being a fan of something isn't an excuse to hurt people. If there's one thing to take away from this video, it's this: we can enjoy good things without tearing others down. Visual Venture. If you guys think this video about fandoms was pretty bad, oh, trust me, it gets worse, and it can even end in death. If you want to see the most disturbing internet fandoms part 1, click here. Love you guys. Peace.
Oh, but yeah. It is crazy, but that's just how things are, man. It's crazy. That said, though, this is just where we're gonna end it then for the night. What's wrong with us? Yes. You know, this is why aliens don't want to contact us, man. Even we don't want to contact each other. We don't want to tolerate each other, whatever. You know? People are like... all the shit that goes on. It's like, you think aliens would want to deal with this shit? With all the crazy shit you see, it's like, do you think aliens want any of that? Probably not. But yeah, with that said though, this is a good place to leave it off for now. Encoder's starting to crap its pants again, and I'm gonna go get some sleep anyways. We've been live for like, what, 6 hours or something? Yeah. Just over 6 hours. Alright then. As usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Alright then. See you guys. See ya.